Okay. How you guys doing? Morning. Morning all. Sorry I was a couple seconds late. Had to grab a coffee. And for some reason I was having problems. I guess I can't post to uh GME Jungle anymore. So that seems like that's I don't know what's going on there. Zach Smith, thank you so much for coming to Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate that, man. Hit me up on the Discord and I will get you set up after the stream. Morning, Johnny. Dan Can. JC. Oh. You have to be approved? Ugh. I don't want to deal with that. Ape prove. Yeti Yeti talked you into it. Well, it's good to have you in here, man. Also, thank you, Yeti Yeti. Took me 2 minutes. Seems difficult. I'll do it, but not right now. I'll have to do it tonight. I didn't realize it was a thing. Curtis Maximus, thank you so much for upgrading to Billionaire, dude. Thank you guys. We in GME FOMO instead of Billionaire FOMO? It's a good question. Today should be kind of interesting. Volume picked up in the pre-market this morning, so I'm expecting at least a bit of a test of 180. We've bounced on this resistance enough. There's no shares to borrow this morning. The market looks fine. Like, so that's probably not going to be working against us. I think the market's going to at least chop a couple more days on top of that resistance. Pre-market. What the fuck's going on in the pre-market with this shit stock? Oh, down to 812. This went kind of wild in the aftermarket last night. It almost hit $10. So I'm going to be watching Spurt today. I'm going to be closing these probably. Didn't really have any money in them. I got some buying power today too. I continue to watch Baba. Baba gapped up last night to 200. So that should play out pretty interestingly. And then GameStop. Yeah, 205 is the next resistance on it. Did you read Crayons DD the other day about Melvin and puts getting reposts? I didn't. Oh, JC. You will soon learn that I did not. And the fucking data from the puts is from literally March. It's been available on Whale Wisdom, every other site forever. Brazilian hedge funds with 100 million puts on GME? None. That's how they hide the FTDs. We've known this for a long time, right? With the married put calls. When 69 at 8 p.m. last night. It is pretty bullish. Some 1.1 million put contracts in Brazilian companies. Yeah, but that doesn't tell you what the actual short position is. That's how they hide the short positions on their 13Fs, as they roll it into the options chain, file their 13F, pull it back out. I mean, those are probably the out of the money puts that are here in September. No. Where did those go? Okay, that's kind of interesting. Those have disappeared from the options chain. January? Oh. Probably these in January. It's like 134,000 contracts here. 29,000 contracts at $1. All the way up. You will soon learn that I never learn. We already knew how significantly deep they were. That doesn't make it any better. Is there something different about Brazil's rules on holding short positions? Like we know, England's markets allow short interest in excess of 140%. What's the benefit to hiding them in Brazil, right? Workhorse got a new CEO. Oh, that's cool. I own some of that. Quite a bit of that. Crayons, the SEC isn't doing anything with preponderance of evidence. It's both, Mitch. How are you feeling about breaking out the bulls today? We'll see. Still very early sim for Stick Boy. Brazil. Post and Rising saying the Bloomberg SS's with Brazil stuff is fake. Sort it out for a few hours. Yeah. Are the posts on Dillionaires correct in that you think it'll test 340 next week? I thought it would test 340 by today or tomorrow. Why Ford go up? Who knows? Germany has letters GME in its name. Brazil's the fuck up laws. As far as I know, derivatives held overseas are not reported to U.S. regulators at all. That makes sense. So 200k shares using the shortest hack have not been returned. Does this mean they have little ammo for today? Little that we know of. I mean, they still have the options chain, but... Write themselves contracts that they don't tell anyone about. They own the entire process. Why not just lie about that too? They could, except other market makers besides Citadel would not only find out, right, but would probably take advantage of that. You have to understand that Citadel's not the only fucking market maker in existence. They're not even the only market maker on the NYSE. Can you explain? They just handle a lot of retail order flow. I mean, you have Virtu and Goldman Sachs right there. And believe me, either one of them would be more than happy to destroy Citadel in a heartbeat. They don't have the opportunity to expose they're not worried about regulators, right? They're worried about their competition. I did sleep a little better. Anything interesting today on the old Gherk scans? I'm watching Baba still, because I'm moderately heavily invested in that, and Spurt's still there. Nothing new for this morning though. Nothing really popped up that struck me as viable. That happens. Be prepared for that. Aaron Demand. Thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, Aaron. I appreciate that, man. Hit me up on the Discord, and I'll get you added to the Billionaires Country Club after the stream's over. You can do it yourself if you want to check the pinned posts and the announcements channel. The instructions are there. Can you explain the weekly long hedge fund gamma ramp play and why then we always end around Max Payne end of week? Well, we end around Max Payne. They've only been doing this for a few weeks since the short hedge funds started heavily shorting the stock. But the short hedge funds, as we approach the gamma ramp, the short hedge funds and the market makers are very interested in keeping the stock below the ramp, right? So if you have the ramp here, so they exert quite a lot of effort on Fridays in order to keep the price below that ramp, right? So it doesn't take off. We saw this last Friday. But it's very cheap for the long funds to do this. It's very expensive for the market makers and the short hedge funds to keep it below, right? And so they can just spend this money week after week because eventually... Oh, Epic Pen's doing the thing again. Eventually, they will buy into the ramp. And they will make all the money back that they lost and quite a bit more. Yeah, Epic Pen sucks. I know. They weren't heavily shorting it before now. Well, they were shorting it heavily before now, but they were using shares, right? They've run out of the shares, probably due to the new regulations in place. They can't get shares the way they were getting them. So they had to kind of change up their game plan. Right? So instead of using synthetic shares to short the stock, they now need the market maker to create those synthetic shares. And the way to get a market maker to do that is buying in the money puts. Can you look at discovery sometime? Possible resistance? I'll take a look at it in a second. There's an alternative option to Epic Pen we can donate to buy. There's another free program that I haven't tried running that's supposed to be similar to it. I was gonna try to check that out when I get a chance. I'm not gapped up close to 50 cents overnight, which is a pretty big move for them. It's a huge move for them. Haven't heard any news to cause it. What do you think about a put play? I disagree with all plays on Nokia besides buy for the very, very long term and hold. It is the most high frequency traded stock, or one of them, and also one of the highest algorithmically traded stocks. You will get front run, and your payment for order flow will be revealed, and you will lose fucking money every goddamn time. In short, I hate Nokia, but do what you're gonna do, Kaya. I don't need donations for paid pen software. The Epic Pen has a paid version, but it also crashes. Well, yeah, the MM's willing to offer deep in the money puts to an extent because they make a ton on premiums. Absolutely. But that means that, the short hedge funds are out those premiums, which are significantly more expensive than what they were doing before, borrowing shares at, 0.7% interest. Morning, Girk. Long-time lurker here. First time commenting. Hello, no mods, no masters. I read if you have switched brokerages, you need to revoke their access to your bank account. What can they do if you don't revoke access? I have the initial. You want to revoke access to the initial account because you're no longer with that brokerage, right? So you don't want them to have access to your account if they assess fees to your account at a later date or something like that. It's generally not relevant. I've had it happen to me before, where I've closed out of a brokerage and then 6 months down the line they billed me for some maintenance fees, but that's really the only thing you have to worry about there. It's not that big of a deal, but yeah, you should. I mean, if you're closing brokerage and bank accounts, you should ensure that they're fully closed. I think that's just basic household accounting 101. I wouldn't be too worried. If you plan on continuing to use that other brokerage that you've transferred out of, go ahead and leave your bank account linked, I suppose. I'm not a financial advisor or your fiduciary, but that's what I would do. Write a letter to Nokia asking to buy back stock like Burry did. They'll never do it. They have it in their, I think it was their quarter 1 earnings this year. They said they were going to start a share buyback program, but I've seen no evidence of that. So you have a card issue with Epic Pen. If you need a NVIDIA card to test, I could send you an old. It could be Funk. With AMD, it's possible. The AMD driver does crash when Epic Pen does. You have a crypto donation wallet, BTC or whatever? I don't, Kitty Roar. Yeah, I just don't. I probably should. I just don't. So I assume that 1 million Brazilian puts have already been brought up repeatedly, my friend. That's what the prospectus says. It's the non-financial advice. You got it, man. Yeah, I will, Funk. Just want to say that we all love and appreciate you. Ha. Ha ha ha. I think I have a 980 Ti stuffed under my bed somewhere, Funk. I just don't want to switch to an old shitty video card. Maybe I'll just pay some scalper for a 3080 so I can use Epic Pen. Specifically talk about the link through third-party service called Plaid. If you don't revoke access, they can continue to pull your transaction history and other info. That sounds about right. Although Plaid service should be one-sided. Take a quick technical look at OSAT. There was another stock someone wanted me to look at. I think it was Discovery. So let's do those real quick before the market opens. Take a look at Disney. Disney on the daily. Disney looks like it's had a bounce off resistance. So I'd expect it to, provided we have no market downturn, I would expect it to continue to climb to around 185-ish before it sees any significant resistance. Yeah. And then OSAT. What the hell is this? Is this like another bio play? Man, you guys get duped by the bio plays. Orbital track. Oh, satellite hardware. Airtime mapping. Interesting. Atrocious volume. It looks like a dead penny stock. Ah. Had a good day yesterday, but is there something fundamental about it that I should know? I don't even really see any reliable resistance or support on it besides the low, the low support. Yeah, it's Disney. No, I won't check Tilray. If you guys want to buy shitty weed stocks, that's on you. What'd you major in? Finance. With 2 minors. Upstart and Baba. Yeah, this isn't Gherkin searches all your stocks for you. That's not what this stream is. Go look up your own stocks. Lost lots on high tide earlier this year. Learned my lesson. I feel like I warned you about that one too. What do you think about the ketamine stocks? I don't care. Yeah, WeBull is free if you guys need charting. The link is down in the description. Let's see if Baba holds its 200 resistance. I might get out of these calls that I have right away. Actually, pre-market volume's not really picking up much more as we move into open, though. Heard about Hood. Nope, I don't watch IPOs. Stay away from them. That's how you end up a bag holder. Long, short, it'll probably be successful. Everyone thinks they can buy shorts on it, but they have a pretty solid business model. And they've already proven to Wall Street that they're willing to play the game, so I'm sure their IPO will roll out very successfully. I know you were trolling. I know Robinhood is Hood. I'm sure the order book is wild. What time is the IPO? I'd imagine the beginning of the day. Is it at 9:30 or is it scheduled for later? Transferred out of Schwab to Fidelity, took T+2. Yeah, I think some other people had a similar experience recently. Morning, Jacob. G to Collins. I don't have anything in Schwab or TDA. Ding ding. Good market cap. Lower today. Then GME? Yes, no. I will find out. Doesn't matter. They're in totally different sectors. It's not really relevant. Whoa, 38K opening. Our pre-market volume was a little bit better, too. So that's kind of unfortunate. SPY going up. Grumpy Granny. I have no thoughts on it. It probably represents more hidden short position. The selling request from when you first looked at it. Can you add it to your list? I could take a look at it real quick. The upper range on this is actually pretty good. I might buy some calls. There. That way I don't have to sell any of my shares. How many shares do I have? I don't have that many. I'll use that to keep an eye on it. I'm bag holding at 1460. Four Citadel interns watching today. Baba sell-off. No. Took a little below 200, but I wonder if I'm going to get stopped out. What's my trailing? 2%? I haven't gotten stopped out yet. Hold on, guys. Sorry. Some more calls. August 6th. 205. Buy another one. Okay. Sorry about that. I just wanted to make sure I didn't get stopped out on Baba because of like a morning dip. AMD's ripping again. Look at it go. Oh, you know, fuck it. I'm gonna pick up some 99s. Hundreds? Yeah. Oh, did it fill? Awesome. So just hold those. Lost another 20K from his stepsister this time. Who did? Spurt gonna fuck me? What are you doing, Spurt? No, Spurt's doing good. Spurt's coming back. I like it. Bullish. I want to cross 9. There we go. Damn, 100,000 shares of AMD available at 99.50. It's crazy. Make me money, Lisa. I mean, it's not like set in stone, briny cobalt, but usually 2, 3, or 5%, depending on the trade. And I usually only set them once I'm up. And I set them because if I'm incidentally not watching and the stock slides, my profits are locked in. What's about? I was hearing about 100 million put. Now it's 100 million put contracts. This number keeps changing. So nothing happened. Just ignore it. It doesn't mean anything. GPS moves down. Obviously, market's gonna rip today. 1 million contracts popped up. What's the reason we never saw a run up for T+2 on Tuesday? I'm imagining. I went back and looked, and a lot of the puts they bought in the money weren't expiring that week, so they didn't buy weeklies. They were buying them like monthly and quarterly. So until they close those, we're not going to see the market maker deleverage, right? God, the push on AMD is nuts. They just destroyed a 100K sell wall. Oh, I love this stock so much. Just so you guys know, like, AMD is probably one of my second favorite company after GameStop. To Bloomberg terminal drop. Oh, god damn it. Because an AMD shill abandoned the pickle ship. Dude, they care about you. It's just it's not relevant. Brazil nuts are delicious. Brazilian shorts are shorter than normal shorts. What's Workhorse doing? Screwing me again? How am I down money on this? The fuck? Is that not updating properly? Did I accidentally buy puts? Like an idiot? Oh, dear lord. I did. Motherfucker. Whoops. Yeah, I'm gonna just eat that $80 loss, I think. Watch, it'll tank. Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe the best mistake I've made all day. Nope. Nope, not a good mistake. Jesus Christ. There's a lesson to be learned there. WeBull not super clear on puts or calls. This is what happens when you guys make me check on Brazilian put positions and where they're hiding. I'll blame you guys. Why else would I be looking at puts? Puts aren't bullish. Buy puts low, sell high. It's absolutely going to dump now. Worse than that, I bought in the money puts. Or do you not care about Brazilian puts? It's 1 million friggin' contracts, dude. It doesn't mean anything. You don't even know if they're puts. It's just 1 million contracts. Don't play options if you don't know what you're doing. What the hell was that? Your electric company was... Yeah, it was only $80. Shorting hood? No. If you short hood, you're a shill. Why is that? I'm up 68% on these. Oh, Jamie, what are you doing? Right when I get rid of my puts. Just rewards. Always, yeah, always. It's guaranteed. Thanks to the Baba scan, made 260 on my options. Awesome, dude. Sick. Baba's having a bit of a rough morning, but it'll be fine. Mm. Why is Tesla running like crazy? They had really good earnings. You see the YouTube ad where two guys denounce GME investors? No, but I don't really watch YouTube, ironically. It's coming down with the market. Good thing you got out of Spurt. I mean, I'm not out of it. I just took my initial investment out. Spurt's fine. I'm not worried about it. It's still trading above VWAP. I still have one call. Stop it, Baba. AMD is just consolidating. GME is just not doing shit. You don't watch your streams back every night? Nah. What, you go up on good earnings and news? Never seen such action before. I know, right? I mean, all of AMD's action for the last few days was just due to earnings, right? Yesterday and today. Although their earnings were unbelievably phenomenal. It's Brazilian hedging companies, the horticultural type, when joining your stream. Coming to the end of a pretty big triangle on the daily chart, triangle power. Like, sorta. What is Gherkin do for fun outside of stocks? Answer questions about stocks, usually. AMD is up due to forward guidance mostly. Yeah, well, yeah, 10% increase in projected profits or growth. But it's also up because their enterprise sales are up like 183%. Current vape flavor? No idea. It's a fruit, some sort of fruit. Did AMD make bank because of the chip shortage? If anything, that's probably hurting them. What do you think about Brazilian shorts? What I love is reading the comments of the people that have come in here and been like, what do you mean you don't care about the Brazilian shorts? Why? It's because it doesn't fucking matter. Unless they're going to cover them. If they're hiding their short positions in countries where those positions aren't reported, right? What the fuck are you going to do about it? Jack shit. What's this recent drop from the mid 200s? Matthew Hodge, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate that. My secret DD was not about Brazilian shorts. Thanks, Matthew. I appreciate that. Thank you for the concern with my electric bill. Make sure you hit me up over on the Discord, Matthew, so I can get you added to the country club. Kirk's saucy today. I'm saucy every day. Just logged into the stream and now feeling bad I sent you Brazilian short stuff at 7 a.m. Don't feel bad. I feel bad that I read 30 messages from Reddit about it before the stream even started. My favorite part was where they were like, "Oh, this is like 220.9% short interest." And they were like, "That's the same as the 226% short interest reported in the Robinhood case." Now, I'm not a mathematician, but these two numbers are not fucking equal. All right? This correlation doesn't prove anything. They are similar in their value. They're close to each other in value, but they're not the same. Now, if they were the same, that would be interesting. Or if there was some sort of proof from the Robinhood case about that short interest, which there's not. And if they do have evidence for that case, it would only be revealed in a trial, I'm sure, which will be settled out of court and those documents locked up and or destroyed. One plus one equals banana. That's correct. MT with a nice bounce. Baba not coming back. Where are you going, Baba? Come back, buddy. Within 5%, still irrelevant. Did you factor in the illegal bribes? Unfortunately, very hard to pay bribes in naked short positions. It's like, what do you give me? Well, I'll give you some naked shorts. They're locked. They're locked in a terrible position, but this is what I have to offer. Silly. I don't believe that any congressman has a good bill about short selling or front running clients, as my experience with House Financial Services Committee meetings is they know less about the markets than literally anyone. They only know that, their aides are like, hey, here's some inside info, and then they buy the stock. That's all they know. Wait, did Crayons write the DD that said that? I didn't even look at the author. Is the key takeaway is that short positions can't be spread between companies or sold to another entity from your balance sheet? Not without being first covered. Closed. Right? Your share lender agreement is with the lender. They're not going to let you. That's like trying to get someone to take over the mortgage on your house. It's not easy, and there isn't even anything in place to allow that. like there is with like a car loan or something. Is it a good strategy to follow what congressmen are buying, selling, and doing the same? I think the issue with it is that the data's always old. Big response to the comments about it. Think it was his math, though. Well, it's not math. The comment I sent you on Discord was Crayons comments. Oh, okay. Double bottom again. Lovely morning double bottom on GameStop. Okay, this has... If this slips any further, I'm getting out. You know what? Maybe not. It's just gap filling. I'll let it gap fill. We'll see what it does. I got time on those. AMD. We need to keep running, sir. Damn. My puts would have printed so hard. Son of a bitch. What does gap fill mean? Not a lot, honestly. Generally infers that like pre-market price movement will be inversed on the day. As market makers and funds that play arbitrage attempt to make up the difference. Ko-Fi donation. How much do we need to donate to have drunk Gherk on screen? Are you allowed to do that on YouTube? I don't think so. Here, now you're even. Well, thank you, Danielle. If you guys could, hit the like. It's a huge help for the channel. I know you don't want to. I know it's super hard. But it'd be real nice of you. How do you think AMD can actually go? I don't know. 102-ish. Around there. I know, it's all-time highs, right? So, literally, could literally go anywhere. Who knows where the ceiling is? I'm just in it for the trend. I don't have a feud. I would have to consider, like... ridiculous. Any interest in Link? No. I'm not really super interested in crypto in general. Yeah, I mean, registering your shares seems fine. I don't see anything wrong with it, right? If you plan on holding them for a long time. I think the excitement from Brazilian puts is of the theory that short hedge funds are using. We've known that short hedge funds are using buy rights and married puts, like married put calls, since literally the end of January. This isn't like new information, though. This is just rehypothecated shit that we've known all along. Didn't I write Brazilian puts on the screen? It's pretty complex, but the simple explanation of it is that they take the FTDs, stuff them in the options chain, and then mark it as a long position. You can drink on stream. Only thing not allowed is minors drinking alcohol. Have a whiskey, drink on us, Garrick. Nothing like quality opening hour whiskey to look professional. Martini lunches with Garrick. Roasted epic pen so hard. More like not epic pen. Yeah, there's no feud, right? There's no feud between me and Creand. For that to exist, I would have to consider him my peer. I'm not throwing shade. It's just the truth. I disagree, Cam, but sure. Him and an Elliott Wave guy are doing a tee-up. Wow, that way they could both be wrong about shit simultaneously. Good morning, David Citric. Do you think it's easy to fall into the dismiss everything trap too? I mean, I only dismiss it if it's incorrect. I don't dismiss everything. Verb has a decent cup and handle on the daily. A possible breakout. I know you love cup and handles. I don't. Do you have any idea how GME would be affected if the market crashed before GME ripped? Is there any way that that helps shorts? And it might make GME cheaper for a while. Oh, Baba turning around. That's what I want to see. AMD needs to run some more. Activision failed that resistance at 85. Looks like it's coming back down. Pretty quick, too. Spurt, hot garbage. Alright, I'm gonna close that. I'm out of Spurt. For now. CLF that I asked you about yesterday. Cleveland Cliffs. On what news? It's just because of the senator, like or not the infrastructure plan? Hmm. Cool. Do you own shares? Or are you just not in on it at all? I think it's the same. 1,000 viewers every day here, and we're like 600 Dans and 400 new people. I don't know. I feel like people get fed up with me pretty quick. Are you contributing theories to the community? What can I read? I have. They're pinned to my account. You don't need to contribute theories, especially not if they're not backed by logic or facts, or demonstrate, you know, a complete lack of knowledge in market mechanics. The problem with the transfer theory is that if Citadel is selling deep in the money calls for cheap, those are going to an open market where anyone can buy them. They're not going to take on that kind of risk. It's not like Citadel's like walking around Chicago in a trench coat with deep in the money puts going, hey, you want some? They're on a shelf at Walmart on Black Friday. I don't think there's anything to read into the similarities with crypto and GameStop. Crypto's there may be ties, but they wouldn't be noticed. See, Unimog, you've put a slash there where there shouldn't. The slash and the word following it, the forward slash and the word following it should be removed from that sentence. And then, yeah. Meeson chef's knives yourself. No, I don't think I've tried those. You're assuming a fair market without crime. I'm assuming that there's no mechanism for which to transact that way. Well, they're not all the big ones pump and dump in the same pattern because they all just follow Bitcoin, John. So whatever Bitcoin does, all the other cryptos do, for the most part. All the other big ones. Be a guest on Chatter podcast with Josh Hamilton. He's been covering Jimmy. Has done interviews with Commissar Houston, Carl Hagberg. Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. There's no way for an option writer to sell a contract off exchange. They have to be sold through CBOE. Are we winning, Garrick? Always. Got an AMD just hit 101. Look at it go. I love AMD. AMD giving me the fulfillment today that GME should be giving me. Is that options specific? I mean, there's a specific market for options. Sounds like AMD's your side piece. It's always been good to me, you know? Rather see AMD go up or Activision go down. AMD go up. Bullish. What's up, Abe Lincoln? And a lot of the problem that I have with the DD is they have a theory, right? But no mechanism with which to facilitate that theory, right? So it's just kind of like they could be doing this. Doing X. But not how they do it. God damn it. Is there no dark pool for options? Not that I'm aware of. That's like saying don't talk to me until you're right. No, it's not. It's like have a some sort of reason for your hypothesis, something that you can test, right? Everyone out here making money on options but me. Don't feel that way. Just learn. CBOE bought a dark pool exchange in 2019. That doesn't mean it's used for options. It's probably used for what dark pools are used for. Which is the buying and selling of large blocks of stock off lit exchanges in order not to affect the price. I believe you're forgetting that most good DDs are sourced with, wait for it, other previous DDs that were also pure speculation. I'm aware of the compounding issue of sourcing your information from previous speculative DDs. Nobody knows no, people do know mechanisms. They don't know. That's the difference. Why? Because that's not their experience, right? They're not experts in that field. Lots of cranks today. Just not cranks, but if you tell your hypothesis to a group of like-minded people, isn't it more likely for evidence to be discovered? I mean, possibly. I mean, it might be just evidence might be discovered, but maybe not transmitted back to you, right? such as the nature of a social media based on an upvote system. Well, you still have issues with the clearinghouse there in Access. They can do that, right? Like they can attempt to get as many of them as possible, right? By like having an algo like purchase the option contracts at a specific set time. But there's delays between them and the exchange and the counterparty, right? And then also there's an order book, right? So that like if someone has a market order open, that's going to fill on their contracts before like the counterparty would have access to them. There's an OTC derivatives exchange, but again, not used in that manner. None of these things are being brought up in the quote unquote DD. By the way, because that would make it like open ended, right? Instead of conclusive. And as the interest in a lot of these DDs seems to be getting people to upvote it and self promoting and not about finding, verifiable evidence or proving a theory, they don't leave them open ended. They make a statement, as conclusively as they can, and then ship it out to the community. And the community is like, oh, this is what's happening. Still need more time, Andrew. So you're saying they just want clout? Yeah. The whole shit with the moderators should have proved that beyond a doubt, right? That it's all just about them, getting that dopamine and being the most popular. Hence why Elliott Wave guy has been wrong like 30 times now and just keeps posting the same shit every day. Like if he cared about not leading on the community, he would stop posting, right? Until maybe he learned how to do them or what they're supposed to be used for. Girk versus DD stuff, and it seems counterproductive. I think it's super productive, Tambourine Solo. I know it might be irritating to hear, but it's important that people look at it from a different angle. They need to be more cynical. Because, David, it's because he doesn't want to hear that. He just wants his bias confirmed and then to move on. Or at least that's where his argument appears to be coming from. You can absolutely sell any asset you want outside of the exchange. You can sell your GME shares directly to me for $1. All you need is a lawyer to write up a contract for that. Except that the asset, a short position doesn't work that way. It would have to be covered before being exchanged. I don't know if I have better things to talk about. It seems like something everyone's super into today, and I think talking about it is valid. And if nothing, right? If like my entire argument is wrong and his is correct, and somebody, brings up a point that, provides a mechanism for his theory to work in the marketplace, then we've proved something, right? Then we've found something that could, possibly validate it. So even for the people that, don't agree with me, it gets them arguing about it and talking about it and thinking about it on a deeper level. I'm not sure. I don't have a Bloomberg terminal, so I can't tell you how long they've been there or, you know, and it's just like screenshots of a Bloomberg terminal. And I don't want to accuse anybody of that, but like this can be manufactured, right? So far, I'm winning today, but AMD 100 call held it for an hour, made $100. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I think I'm going to continue to hold it though, because it looks like 102 is definitely in the cards. Like every day, you guys come in here, not all of you, but some of you come in here and you got your little DD books from the night before, and you're like, oh, this is the DD I read last night. What do you think of it? And then I don't. What do you expect from me? Like you've been watching the channel, especially you, Adam, right? You come in here and then I say not nice things about it, and then you get pissed at me. And as far as that goes, I've spoken on it before. Yes, I think all the DD should get published no matter what, but I think it should also be picked apart instead of people just coming in and going like, look what I found out. And I'm like, well, you didn't really find anything out. And then they're upset that, the thing that they thought was awesome and true is maybe just a pile of shit. If you're churning out DD 2-3 times a week, you're churning out crap. Expect you to say, I don't agree with it. I think it's wrong. You said he isn't your peer, which insinuates you're doing better. Prove it. Any of my DDs versus his. I don't write a shitload of DDs because most of it doesn't need to be said or can't be proven or has no logical mechanism with which to facilitate the theory. Bausch Health is spinning off their miscellaneous pharmacy business and will train their core Bausch Lomb eye care business. This was pressured by a large hedge fund investor. Any thoughts on that? Not really. I mean, if I was more aware of that company's actions or had researched them more, maybe, but no. Sounds negative. Maybe positive long term, J Dubs. Consolidating the business. There's that one time you predicted 2 p.m. and it didn't. That's fair. I had a theory. I tested it. It was wrong. That was the end of it, right? Sounds like you don't believe in MOASS if you don't believe in most of the DD. That's not true at all. Most of the DD has fucking nothing to do with MOASS. MOASS is just a short squeeze. Short squeezes are very simple in how they work. There's not a lot of research needed into how they're created or what they do, you know. It's a pretty simple mechanism. It occurs in the market all the time. Not at this scale. Just delete the fools on here that upset you. I'm not that upset. That's possible, Dubs. I don't know. Look into it more. Any thoughts betting against commercial real estate? I mean, it's probably not bad as a long-term play to be like against to be against the commercial real estate market, but I don't really know how to facilitate it. I would have to do more research as real estate's not really one of the industries that I do a lot of trading in. I would imagine the banks would suffer. But that could be a very slow, very long play. Go Spurt. Is Spurt running again? Oh, it's doing its thing. It's coming back. Son of a bitch. I need to buy back in before my options are expensive again. These calls? Yeah, okay. Pretty deep, Aaron. Are you impressed with how long this has dragged out? Not really. I think people want DD that proves the scale of MOASS. It's not going to happen. Even for probably months after MOASS, we'll never really truly know the scale of the short position. Unless someone wants to, go hack Citadel and find the documents showing their short position. Or get a job there and steal them. But then that person's going to jail. Were you ever in debate club? No. So which DDs have you... What? Sorry, I scrolled. Sure if you saw lower interest through the options chain hacksaw. As we approach that week, more weeklies will come in from the market makers, but historically low volume weeks through August, and the market makers aren't writing contracts because there's no interest in buying them. As IV falls, so do the number of open contracts available. Is this a new record of dislikes? If not, can we get it? How many do I have? Which DDs have you personally believed to be solid? DFEs. Those were well done and researched. There's been some other ones. Dentist really put a lot of effort into T+35. And I think he came very close to identifying what he was looking for. Although super convoluted, Leave Me Anon, I think was his name, was his ETF DD was excellent. House of Cards is like a good introduction for people who don't really know a lot about this kind of shit. Warden's original exit DD was fine, a little all over the place, but do you consider ethical any businesses before you invest in it? Moderately. I mean, I'm not really investing in any businesses, right? I'm a trader, so I don't generally consider the ethics of a stock I'm trading. The only thing you need is this short Simon Cutter. End of story. Everything else: NFTs, crypto, RC, hedge fund, fuckery, dark pools, Brazilian puts, catalyst, crypto trends. All of this does not matter. They have to cover. Yes, that's true. If people want to know the scale of MOASS, I mean, you can look at the net carryover of short positions every day. You can add that up. You can assume by orders of magnitude how much greater it will be than Volkswagen's. It's really, really high. Or just, you know, play the technicals and find out when you're in it, right? I mean, yeah, that's a big problem that I have with a lot of the DD. Is that like even if it did tie into information that was relevant to this, um, it doesn't change anything. I will say I have less time to sit around nowadays and write DD. You know what, positivity and confirmation bias. Why? Usually it's psychological points of resistance. Once you hit all-time highs, kitty roar. So I'm looking at like a break of 102.50, right? And then after that, if it keeps running and doesn't turn around, a test of 105, right? Those Brazilian puts aren't in bloom. Do you have access to a terminal, Jason? Here's another thing is the information that it's based on isn't from the source, right? And like this is more just me being like super critical, but screenshots of a Bloomberg terminal are not like a Bloomberg terminal right in front of you, right? I mean, like screenshots can be edited, they can be fucked with. Home Depot Hanks DDs are pretty funny. I like that. I miss that, like the fun in the due diligence from like Wall Street bets. That doesn't always carry over anymore. Whatever happened to Seed and Co? They're still there doing the thing they do. What happens is what I've noticed is that we get these points of interest, right? Uh Epic Pen. Why do you suck so much? So we get these points of interest, and all the DD up until that point of interest becomes about the same thing, right? And then this fails, and the DD drops off for about a week, and then someone picks up on something, and then all the DD becomes about that at the next point of interest, and that fails. And this continuing cycle of and like you can tell who's in it for like the credit and the fame and the glory of writing DD because they all jump on this bandwagon every time. Is that DD cycle T minus 35? The cycle of DD is probably more accurate in predicting what's going to happen with the stock than the actual DD. Because we know every time everyone gets hung up on one event, the price goes down. Are you factoring in holidays? Or just calendar days? J-dubs. As per Reg Show. It's happening today, Minnesota. Better watch who you talk to like that. I'm the 169.69 guy. Dude, that's probably the price point at which buy pressure is the highest. There's probably some valid theory to your DD. It's bullish as hell. At least retail buy pressure, right? Because it's like a fun meme. How are you feeling about your 7-day prediction of 350? Not super great, obviously, but still possible. It doesn't look good. But just again, just a test of a theory, right? I haven't written a DD about it. Got Baba coming back up. An AMD just ripping to the moon. I remember when GameStop used to do this, guys? I miss those days. When it wasn't being manipulated into the ground. Have you written a secret DD about it? No. But at the end of the day, Elliott Wave Guy changes his 1-day prediction intraday. It's fair. It's hard to be wrong. I understand. I don't understand why everyone's looking for a catalyst when the entire thing is the entire thesis. The reason everyone is in on this fucking stock in the first place is because the catalyst is built in. Sure, another catalyst on top of that. Awesome. But you don't need it. More volume from Gerg almost makes up for no volume on the stock. Jimmy is smashing through VWAP. Off A decent triple bottom. Inverse head and shoulders. Just smashing through 102.50. Can't watch the ticker all day. Good luck on the stream. Thanks, Cyrax. I appreciate that, man. Volume's actually not as bad today as it was. I mean, I can just look at open interest. Yeah, there's a pretty good one. If it crosses 105, it's going to take off pretty hard. There's like 14,000 open interest at 105. You can check Swaggy Socks too, as like a visualization. But the problem with that is their data only comes in once a day. So it's good for checking max pain at like the beginning of every day, but not super great for looking at gamma ramps. Or at least as they play out, right? I wonder what would cause the run up to start MOASS at this point, since they can just short every potential catalyst. But the floor every time gets higher and higher, just Jason. Eventually, that floor and their margin call limit are going to meet, right? People just want to get rich quick, and that's not how this play works. And I know you guys come to me with bright eyes and bushy tails and the latest DD and info, and you want me to be like, hey, that's cool, awesome, fun stuff. But like, if someone doesn't say something against, like, if someone doesn't point out the flaws, right, then everyone just pins their hopes on this shit, and then they're all fucking depressed when it doesn't happen. So I'd rather point out the flaws early than be like, I told you so after the fact, right? Kaiser Dan 100 and 102 calls going burr. Awesome, man. A little consolidation. Like, I was pretty hyped about that Google survey. That was cool. Maybe not the most statistically accurate survey ever done, but definitely a good idea with a data set of, where retail's position lies. That was awesome. People should be hype about that. People weren't. Half the comments were like, this is shill talk, brah. I still have that $6 from Activision. They did like a random survey. I don't have the link. It's on Super Stonk. But they did like a open survey on Google for like GME ownership. I mean, I've been so for encouraging critical thinking and keeping it real. I'm off to the pub to drink with my future winnings. Enjoy the day, gang. Later, man. Thank you so much. Like death and taxes. Trapped shorts. Will squeeze. Burry waited years for his play on CDOs. Years. If you can't wait years, you don't think you're mentally prepared to do that, then you should question why you're in this, because it could potentially take that long. I don't think it will, but there's a potential for it, right? And that's not FUD. That's the truth. Buy and hold is not a short term investor's, mentality. But every day they do this, retail buys more and more, trapping them further and further under the weight of their own position. If I have to, Sahib. Yeah, if I stream GME for years and I end up a billionaire at the end of it, I don't give a shit. 27 dislikes, whatever. I don't give a shit. Good. I agree, Rewind. I don't think they're going to let it go that long either. But I'm prepared for it to. Mentally, financially. Thanks, Costellosaurus. I appreciate that, man. Remember the day you had a glorious perm and the stock ripped? I don't. I remember the stock tanking from perm day onward. Crunchy or smooth peanut butter? Depends on what I'm using it for, but generally crunchy. I like the bits and pieces. I like the texture. How high do you think the GME ceiling will go if this takes years? It's already astronomically high. Lack of liquidity is starting to hurt the stock. Yeah. A split would reinitiate the levels of FOMO that we saw back in March and January. Pickles is an AMD show. Keep the ticker on, Jimmy. Blow me. Just for that, less Jimmy for you. Jimmy's not even doing anything. He's just testing 170 at a snail's pace. Yeah, I'll split it. For you, not for that prick. Um... Wonder if there was like a short position on AMC. Seems a little... I mean, the earnings were good, but this is nuts. Citron Research back to tweeting, see, I told you back to $20. We can check out the gamma on GameStop. 170's actually gotten kind of nice since yesterday, and 175. 180, 190, and 200 are all still about the same. 195's a little better. 185's a little better too. 175 significantly improved. They're just going to build it up behind them. There'll be more tonight as you move into the 0 DTE options. Too late for an AMD play? Could be. Hard to say. There's potential for like 105, but we'll have to see. It's still fighting the 250 resistance. AMD was the catalyst the whole time. It increases the further the call gets in the money, Kaiser Dan. And that depends on the volatility. Wait, you became a Dan? Jesus Christ. I know you say it could potentially take months or years, as all hedge funds are bleeding money like nothing on earth. It's already been 6 months. How long in your mind can they continue to kick the can? Realistically, probably a couple more months. I personally enjoy your opinions, even if they don't align with mine. Thanks, Ants Chanderson. Jesus, AMD is strong as hell. Split happens. What happened to options? Do they automatically split too? Never read any info on that. Yeah, so if you have like a call going into a split, right? Say it's like an 8-to-1. And you have a call, your call becomes worth 800 shares instead of 100. That's it. It's pretty simple. And the opposite is true for a reverse split. Imagine no capital gains. How long's DFV been in? Oh, shit. Didn't he start buying into the position in like 2019? I think that's when he first started buying in. Like late 2019. Well, this is looking good for a test of 105. Yeah, this morning I did not forget to buy my AMD options, which I'm very happy about. I'm up 240%. I doubt that I'm going to hold them overnight. Well, 245 on these and 235 on these, but that's because I didn't buy them at the same time. Holy shart, my AMD call. Even my Baba's back up, which I'm excited about. GameStop's coming back too. It looks good. Nice inverse head and shoulders into another inverse head and shoulders, you know? Bullish. Groundhog minute. Yeah, I know, average Joe. Head and shoulders statistically have very high accuracy. Bull pennant on workhorse. A bull flag, I guess. A little bit. There's some algo trading going on there. Is the volume super low? No. Super volatile bid-ask spread. What's gonna drop down to? Man, the struggle for 103 is real. I know you talked about it before, but what's wrong with a call for a year out? I mean, nothing. It's just the same as, it's basically the same as owning the underlying, though. Like, you might as well just buy the stock if you're going to spend that much. There's benefits to leaps, but in that, like, if the underlying moves against you, right? So, like, say you want to buy like $100 or like $120 leap on AMD, right? For like January. Hold on, let me write that more clearly. AMD 120C for January 2022. All right. So, if the stock moves against you, right? So say it drops to 90. If you owned 100 shares, you would lose more money by owning the stock than you would by owning this call. So that's really the purpose of leaps. What's your thoughts on workforce? Will it run? Workhorse? You mean, Aaron? I don't know. I have a 500 shares of it. I don't even remember when I got in. I got in back here somewhere at like $8 in this range. It has potential. But I know at one point they lost their contract with so right around here is when they lost their contract with USPS, and then the stock just dove off a cliff. I know they have like a new CEO now and stuff, so maybe there's like a turnaround in the making. But you know, the range on it is really good. So like the next like upper resistance is at like 13, then 15, and then like 18, and after that it goes all the way up to like $20. GME at 700k volume. Hood is a trap. I wouldn't invest long or short. You could straddle the IPO. It's probably the safest way to play that, but why not cover sooner? They have more data than we have. They know we're not selling, only buying. We work for this. They know we're not selling yet. Pickled ice cream. Their assumption is that they can beat us, right? That has to be their assumption. They don't have. There's no other option for them, right? They're not just gonna give up. Do you give up when they drop the price to $150? No. Why would they? They will not give up until their hand is forced. Yeah, I expected the moratorium to get extended. Basic purchase of the options on AMD. I bought 100 Cs for this Friday. I'm not sure exactly what you mean, Joseph Lemire. Expand on the question. Like I just clicked them and bought them, but I feel like you're asking for more than that. They're debating in the markup hearing having a study done by the SEC about PFOF for 180 days. Doubtful, but the word GameStop is being said. Interesting. Oh, I bought 100 Cs for this Friday, so 7:30 expiration. I have 14 contracts. With a cost average of 1.07. Joseph. That's all the information. My cost average between here and Fidelity is 1.07. If we fail the resistance at 102.75, I'm going to sell 10 of them. Absolutely a good thing to do, Joseph Lemire. I would definitely options are super risky unless you're confident in the stock's movement. They move faster, right? Because they represent 100 shares, so they move much faster than the underlying, both up and down. They definitely take some experience and practice. Knowing like your theta values, your chances of being in the money based on the movement you predict. A lot of that takes experience, so I definitely recommend doing it in a paper account for a long time before you blindly follow YouTubers' options plays. Anyway. My only problem with this is like we don't really have any volume on this breakout. Like volume doesn't look to be picking up. So I feel like we're just gonna fail it. Why are you watching at such a zoomed in level? For AMD? I'm watching this resistance. Watching this resistance here. If we fail this resistance, I'm selling like most of my contracts. I'm gonna sell 10 contracts. If we fail this one, I'm going to sell the rest. But as long as we keep climbing, then I will set that bar higher and higher. As the trend looks fucking great. Oop. What's Cornub on about? Don't do it without paper. Thanks, Derek. AMD. Yeah, it is. There. I think you'll still be keeping the stocks for AMD. Yeah, I'm not. I have no intention of selling my AMD position. Isn't that just gambling, Cornub? That's a good question. Care to weigh in? Who? Here's my. Who doesn't want AMD to be worth more money? Who are these people? Why would you be short AMD? This is the CEO of Intel. I mean, I'm not up that much. I'm up a little more now. Also, ARM manufacturers. Think end of week Fed revealing leverage positions of any significance? I don't know. I'd imagine they would just lie, right? Again. All the positions are in Brazil. I had to make some money this week, guys. So I'm up about $3,500 on a $1,400 investment currently. Definitely not as crazy as Activision was, but I noticed that slow downward bleeding Jimmy does that is a perfect arc. Is there a term for that, or is it specific to any type of trading? It pops up frequently. It's just low volume and sell pressure. Oh, for this play, buying like two DTEs on AMD, this is just like my loss is 100% assumed, right? As their two DTE contracts, no one. So I'm just assuming that the money I put in is lost. And then, I mean, I would have taken profits sooner if I thought there was going to be a reversal in the trend, but it still looks strong. Jimmy's actually getting some life. This trend looks good. Hmm. Let's see if AMD holds 103. Don't want to hold it. All right. So that's 10 of those gone. Or 4 left. Have you ever messed with automation? No, not really. I have hotkeys. What am I still in on? Spurt. Still in heavily on Baba. I really kind of need Baba to break back over 200 right now. Yeah, you can use an options calculator, Chetta. Anybody hear about these Brazilian puts? Why would you do that? Uh, Installing the rest of my AMD calls here. If it goes below, if it doesn't bounce. Hmm. Jimmy is increasing volume on an uptrend. Ooh, my favorite stock is alive. Oh shit. It's been 84 years. Let's see how long this holds. Let me update Reddit real quick. Oh, crap. Hold on. I gotta close this AMD position. It's gonna fucking bounce here or no? Shit. Just made $300 in AMD options. Thanks for the lessons along the way. Awesome, Original M. Good to hear. Glad you guys are making money. Okay, I guess AMD is gonna turn around. All right, I'm gonna update Reddit. You guys can please drop a like. It's a huge help for the channel. I don't know, Adam. Did your DD tell you about it? What about the DD in my daily DD? That was solid. If we cross 175, it's going to be interesting. Do you think the Gamma Ramp is more deadly this week? The S&P 400 will also be buying in. I still don't know the net effect of the S&P buy-in. Bruh. I forgive, Adam, but I don't forget. It's the guy in CNBC saying you need to buy and hold hood for a decade. Jesus. All right, I need to close the rest of this AMC position. Hold on. Yep. Fucking execute. Come on, uptick. 1 sec. Ooh, shit. Okay. Ah. All right. I said AMD. Did I not say AMD? I haven't been saying AMC. I don't buy it. I'm gonna check the VOD when this is over. Why is Credit Suisse always the sacrificial lamb? That's what I want to know. What horrendous Wall Street sin have they committed that they always get thrown, no matter what bad thing happens, Credit Suisse gets thrown under the bus? Archegos, the crash in 2008. Dude, if Lisa Su became the CEO of AMC, I'd buy some tomorrow. They were all narco banks in the 70s. Some of them still are. Why so bullish on Lisa Sue? She's a goddamn genius. That's why. Yeah, AMD's turning around. I don't care. I'm out. The rest of the benefits I'll reap on my AMC position. I'm very happy with the money I made off of it today. Can you talk more on the current GME volume and upward movement in the last 30 minutes? I mean, there's nothing to say. Someone bought some GME for a change. It's not really significant volume. It's still really low. We're still under 1 million for the day, but nice run up. We'll see if it continues. I spend most of my time talking about AMC, so it makes sense that I would slip. You guys know what I'm talking about, though, so it doesn't matter. No, I haven't, Daniel Rock. Just watch some of the June 8th stream just to feel something. I can't believe GameStop's up almost 2%. Still have the shitty Spurt call. Spurt not doing anything interesting. Baba. See, Baba doesn't look great right now, but I don't want to take a loss. Well, am I only down? What options am I down on? Yeah. I've got time. If he's talking in a positive manner, it's not about AMC. This is correct. Did I math wrong? No, I didn't make 30K. Yeah, my AMD calls are sold. I still have shares. Gherk is Matt Chorus confirmed. One major difference there, just Jason. I've made money today. Off stocks. Second major difference, no duck shirt. Yeah, I'm not a duck fetishist. Dab. Did I miss your super chat? Your 0.006 share of my MT profits today. Oh, thanks, dude. I see it now. I see what you mean. The major difference is I didn't trade Tesla to lose money. I was pretty sure you were talking nice about AMC. I checked your hat and subscriber count. Matt has nicer hair. Does he? It's definitely more coiffed. Jimmy Bull flag? If it was, it's not looking good. I would draw lines to boost morale smack factor, but if I draw them, you're not gonna like them. It's never an honest day's work when you make money on the stock market windmill. Yeah, I said coiffed. Look it up. Hey, Pickles? Well, I would, except coiffed? It is coiffed. You're right. It's coiffed. I didn't get that much sleep last night. Ah. I hope I drew this flag properly. Can you look at the Robin? I don't want anything to do with Robin Hood's IPO. Secure. I don't want to talk about it. I hate IPOs. That's a Brazicle. Weren't the Brazilian shorts debunked? Oh, is that what's happened now? Have they been debunked? Cornish Ronaldo. The guy posted another Bloomberg screenshot where the options disappeared. Sus. Just realized you're the Lewis Black of YouTube traders. Tele. Come on, Baba. Man, Baba's really fighting for 200. What's Spurt doing? Down 6%. This is the short volume I've come to expect. I hate that my phone bill and rent take away 5 shares of GME every month. I didn't look up the Swiss flag. I updated Reddit. I don't care. GameStop is beginning to sell sports collectibles. I don't know how big of a market that is. I'm sure it's worth something. Yeah, I wish my rent was 5 Genie shares too. Yeah, Newman box. NFTs are a big deal with sports collectibles. Okay. My mortgage is 3.5 shares. Jesus Christ. Where are you guys living that's this cheap? Brazil. There's a reason Buffett lives in Omaha. That's just because he's weird. He also has a house in Laguna Beach. On the beach. It's like a $20 million house, so it's not like he just lives in Omaha. Although apparently he does mow his own lawn, which I thought was crazy. My rent is 20 shares of GME a month. My rent is half the float. SoCal. It's 3,500 a month, Mike. And I have that's for like 800 square feet. Spurt coming back to life. Cool. Says Jimmy. Was your old job internship something that could have been office based, or could you have done it remote? It would have definitely been office based. You can't really work at like a hedge fund outside of the office. Even now, like some of their analysts work remote now, but Johnny Depp uh, I mean, I've discussed that with traders like around the country. I don't really know that much about internet architecture. Um, but based on like similar trades, it does seem that like the closer you are to Chicago or New York, the better order execution you have. I don't think it makes a difference there. I mean, you're talking like $200 of slippage a year. It's not relevant. See, the difference between you guys having giant houses for half the price of my rent and my rent is that I live in New York City. Yeah, with all the rats and roaches, but also with all the people and restaurants and museums and cultural heritage centers and historic monuments. I live in the middle of nowhere, Arkansas is not the flex you think it is. How often do you visit any of those? Zero. Never. But they're there. We have an ocean too, Nutsaculon. Ours is warmer and not full of fucking seaweed. Place was built yesterday. I mean, New York City is probably one of the oldest places in America as far as like when a lot of things were built. Because you have like stuff that was built by the Dutch here in like the 1600s. Definitely not the same kind of history that Europe has. You have to make 40. I feel like the homeless in New York City can make $40 an hour. LA would be a lot cooler if it had any form of like reliable public transportation and you weren't like to get from one side of LA to the other, you didn't have to spend 6 hours in traffic on the 10 with the sun in your eyes. Money Cash Jane dropping historical facts from national treasure. We've all seen it. LA can be a bit vapid. You're not wrong. You look Scottish. Have you got our blood in you? Some. I'm sure at some point in Europe, all of our ancestors raped each other at a different time or place. I'd imagine our genetic makeup is moderately similar. Yeah, mostly North America. 83% of you guys are from North America. Jeff G. 12% of you are from the UK. You guys, the viewers, funk. That's what I mean by you guys. Obviously. 12% of us are using VPNs. Well, I know, Kelly, but you make up one of the smallest minorities on the channel. I'm not doxing anybody. Who would have thought that a channel where all you talk about is pickles and boofing wouldn't attract a lot of female viewership? Hmm. Jimmy doing a sideways head and shoulders. Fact, women do not enjoy .69 guy. .69 guy might be doing it wrong then. I have brothers, not my first rodeo. Who's the author of that TA book? Oh, John J. something. That should give you enough information to go off of. I can never remember his last name. Murphy. There it is. John J. Jingleheimer Schmidt. Rule 16 clearly states that there are no women on the internet. In options flow data are calls that are both labeled as buy and sell hedged by MMs. No. So when I'm looking at that data, I'm looking at options bought or traded near the ask. So that infers that they were bought. Options sold will be near the bid. Sometimes they're neutral and you can't tell if they were bought or sold. So they're sold at bought or sold at the mid. Any chance of getting a whale teeth meme on the chart? Peanuts. I don't know what your obsession with the whale teeth meme is, but no. They're gross and they look weird. AMD about to touch 104. Looks like it. 105 is definitely in the cards. President cannot issue an executive order on housing extension. Congress has 2 days to write, vote, pass extension. I mean, they will, right? Can't have everyone homeless. I'm guessing that Peanuts is the guy who started it, hence his obsession with them. Which is grosser and weirder looking? Whale teeth or paint dipped pickle? Well, I can tell you which one's bigger, Duke Rutherford. It's the whale teeth by a significant margin. Maybe it is me. Probably is. Poor Jay Fresh. What does Brazilian shorts even look like? I'm a woman. Well, good to know, Delora. All right, I'm gonna get some more coffee. I'll be right back, guys. For those of you listening in, trading at 170.30, chopping along the resistance. SoFi is interesting, but it's kind of like a long-term play. And I'm back. Hey guys. Win Hood. I don't even want to look at it. Come on, Baba. Just past 200, man. It's so easy. Hmm. Oh no. All right. Hood starts at 1. I don't know who you are, Peanuts, but I'm not about the whale teeth. It puts the bull mayo on its skin or else it gets the margin call again. No, those aren't Elliott waves. Oh, and for all of you new members, I know a lot of people have become billionaires this week, but for all of you guys, don't forget about the Saturday members only stream for Long Johnsons and Dillionaires. It starts at 12 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Which is UTC -4 this time of year. Fidelity Services, my 401k. Just how I keep funding more GME. Forget about GameStop. Hood is the new meme stock Wall Street bets can't stop talking about. I'm sure. Robinhood is live. It's not. I think it starts at 1, right? Oh no, it's live. Well, it's either gonna rip or tank, like all IPOs. You know, it'd be amazing if it just trades absolutely fucking sideways. Did they already make options for it? I don't know. Nope, no options. You'd have to actually buy stock or short the stock. Eh. I'd much rather watch Baba or literally any other stock, like GameStop. I'm not shorting it. That's what they want. They want us all trapped in short positions too. Today, like, it's just a head and shoulders. It's for morality, not money. That's not why I do this. If you get caught in a short position on Robinhood today, you're an idiot. That's all. Market makers. Hence the making and market aspects. Why would Hood crash? Here's my question. Why do people think that? No, Pat B. I just think it's because one is not like the other. There's some things that you're talking about there that like have an effect, but I don't think that any of those things are completed yet. No, I don't buy IPOs. They're super risky, and I don't want to be a bag holder for some rich fuck who bought in at $4 a share. There've been some pretty disastrous IPOs. I think Facebook's IPO came in under expectations, didn't it? I saw Berkshire got snow at 80 and it opened around 240. That was enough to keep me away from IPOs forever. Yeah. I slept all right, hand. That means nothing. this on. It's an IPO. So everybody who bought into Robinhood at like and has millions of shares at like $2 and $4 is now foisting them off onto the public for 38 to 36. That's what an IPO is. It's a big scam. Yeah. And the markets are still punishing Palantir for the DPO. A DPO is a direct public offering. Could valued more than our beloved 2x market cap of GME. I don't know. I didn't check. What is its value? I am curious about its valuation. Yep. Where was I? It's in here somewhere. It's all right. It's down 7% so far. It's an IPO. Its price doesn't matter. I'd imagine more of the short position on the other quote-unquote meme stocks is covered, Pat B. Especially at this point, since all of them have had pretty significant run-ups in the last, like, 2 months. Your arrow did it. More arrows. You think AMD gonna run tomorrow? It could. I mean, the gamma ramp is still there on it, so it's got a lot of. There's a lot of open interest at 105, like a ton. So if it hits 105, it should cross over. If it doesn't, it won't. I'm not sure what max paid is on it this week. I saw the stream where Matt Kors was pumping Coinbase super hard. And then bought like one share of it on stream. At like 400. And then it like closed the day at like 2. Sadly, if you step back from our whole GME meme stock fiasco, Hood is probably a very worthwhile stock that can make people a lot of money currently. Probably. Their numbers are good. What's the cost to get you to shill a stock on stream? If I don't like it, I'm not talking about it. It's because he doesn't have one. Mustard homie. There's other ways to make money off order flow besides PFOF. What up, Kirk? Nothing much. Ugh, we're gonna go to the low. Gross. Really gonna play out the whole thing. Oh, it tried to recover here, but it failed. So it'll probably break down to this resistance. I mean, there's volume on it, but it's not that much. 60K. Yeah, it's definitely the biggest volume candle of the day. Well, it might not be. Hold on. How much is this one? Nope, it is. But it's not all sell volume, right? Stefan, what time scale are you looking at for DMI? It's not an option on Epic Pen, David. It's annoying. So, I mean, in today's numbers, said last week apes hold the floor. What does this mean in today's numbers? Is there anything we can do to fight this? Or can they just keep shorting it into the ground? I mean, they can keep shorting it to a point, and then volume picks up and bounces it back, right? So just because like we hold the floor doesn't mean we can't go below it, right? So if this is the floor, this is what happens, right? But you know, it increases, right? So the floor is actually like that. It's just the slope isn't very. It doesn't have a super positive slope, although that will increase over time. The exponential floor guy wasn't wrong, right? It was just like he assumed that it couldn't be like you couldn't fall through it. That was the incorrect assumption there. Is there a dope crash option on Epic Pen? I don't think so. Spurt drop in two. I think they'll bounce. I don't know. I got till August 20th on my call, but yeah, it looks fine. It's like barely below VWAP. I'm not exponential floor guy. Yeah, we tested it a couple times and got rejected, JC. It still should be, right? The price is being suppressed pretty heavily since that point, both by at the money offering and significant downward pressure from the options chain in the last few weeks. They're trying to keep it down and hold it down. But yeah, the share offering should be where we're trading at. That should be like the neutral. But it can take time for the market to realize that, right? Like, hey, it's me, your exponential floor guy. What's up, Funk? Should the next run up be on some completely random day? That's not a bad way to look at it. Don't get me wrong, when someone starts buying GameStop, right, the price is going to go up very, very, very fast. This is very common. So this is what happens with IPOs generally, is they'll spike it open from FOMO. Then they'll drop as insiders sell. Then they'll come back up and achieve neutral, like achieve their market value. It can take quite a while for that to all play out, but that's like pretty much how every IPO plays out. Here we go, battle for 169.69. We're not there yet. $2 up from here. What's ICVX? What the hell do they do? Particle platform. Well, that seems relevant. What's up, Pablo? Big money or big money is putting money into GME. They're just not putting it in the way that you expect, right? If anything, like the bulls setting up that bear trap with the gamma ramp every week should tell you guys that insiders expect shorts to start to have to cover, right? The difference between you guys and them, or well, not you guys, but the guys asking me about why big money isn't buying in, is that they're patient. At a very low amount of capital expenditure, they can roll that gamma ramp every single week. Yep. Because their gains off of it are going to be absurd, right? And the lower the shorts drive the price, the cheaper it gets. How come every bad news we go down and every good news we go down? Well, because none of the good news is super good news. And there hasn't really been any bad news, but they short good news, right? You short the news. It's a psychological game. Do you mind giving a high-level summary of what goes into rolling a call put? Are you repaying a premium? Is it prorated? Curious to understand the process. So you take your call or put and you sell it, and then you buy one at a later strike. That's it. Or like a later date. So everybody being cheap and waiting for the dip. Yeah, I mean, like retail's not really helping by only buying the dip, right? Because even though everyone buys the dip, like the average price is still 180. There's not going to be any big mergers or acquisitions. Unless someone tries to take over GameStop. Do you short when you're day trading? Generally not. I I usually trade momentum, right, Vic? And so like momentum or breakouts. And so like those are usually to the upside. I mean, I buy puts if I'm expecting a downtrend because I don't want to take the risk of having a short position turn against me. I have shorted. It's just not I don't like it. And you have to have margin. It's a big pain in the ass. Also, the difference between retail buying and institutional buying is retail is buying like a share here, a share here, a share here, a share here, share here, share here, right? And institutional just buys a bunch of shares, right, at once. And so this has very little effect on price action. This has a lot. 100 calls for AMD made me 3,800. How far out of the money did you buy them? I feel like you should have made more than that. On 100. I had 14 calls and I made that much. Did you just go super far out of the money, GME? You shorted Lara bars? I didn't short it. I just bought puts on it. Beginning, middle, and end of the month. There's an effect, but it's a different kind of effect. Yeah, you can only short on margin. You guys are buying Robin. I haven't bought any Robinhood. Well, it's not just that retail isn't selling that's impactful. It applies a steady upward pressure to the stock, right? Which they have to then force down to keep the stock neutral. $100 strike, 10 calls. When did you get out? You got out early then, right? You got out before it hit 100? You should. If I were you, Jimmy, like if I'd paper traded that trade, I would go back and look for the indicators that that trend was going to continue. They were there. 120 average. I did average up from 69. Okay. Oh, okay. MACD turned red. It'll turn green again when we cross back over 170. Did I miss a? Did I miss a Dillionaire? Oh, Aol, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate that. I didn't see that. Just hit me up on the Discord after the stream. I'll get you added over to the private Discord channel. Is there a way to find out which sales in a day are sold short? At the end of the day, yeah, you can, Winter. Shortvolumes.com, and then you have to find out the the like delta percent carried over, which is like the difference between bought, sold, and short position carried. Because when you short a stock, sure thing, been watching for a while. Awesome, AL. Thank you. What's Baba doing? Hmm. I wonder if Baba will kill it at earnings. Earnings are on the 3rd. What's the volatility on these? Maybe I should buy more. How many contracts? Hold on. I gotta do some thinking. So. Oh no, 13. So Negative. Interesting. 32, 31, 31, 33. So I might sell my BABA calls for IV before earnings. So before earnings next week, the IV on the implied volatility on those BABA calls will spike, moving into earnings. So as you go into earnings, IV runs up. And if you sell before earnings, you can make a profit off the IV. Because then after earnings, you usually get IV crush, which means the IV goes down pretty rapidly. That's why the calls for AMD were so cheap, because it was post earnings and the IV had dropped, and then the stock ran. Thanks for the past 6 months. We appreciate your effort, patience, and dedication. Even when the shills cut the electricity on you, you did your best to stream that day. All hail for the VWAP master, GME for life. Thank you so much, Mohammed. I appreciate that, man. You've been in here since the get-go. Thank you so much for the support, dude. I haven't been here for 3 months or 6 months now. I think this is like 3rd month of me streaming, right? Since April, I think. April, the beginning of April, like, or mid-April. Any word on the puts or that 60K volume candle? I mean, I'm sure some of it was shares. I can check the puts. Give me a second. Does what affect in the money and out of the money differently, Curtis? As soon as that loads. What made you start streaming? I mean, mostly you guys on Reddit asking me to. I really didn't have any intention to stream when I started doing like the daily TA. I thought it would just be like something fun to do during the day. And then like so I started doing the TA because Warden stopped. And at that point, as far as I was concerned, it was the only super reliable information coming out on GME. And so the day after he stopped, I was like, fuck it, I'll write one. You know, I know how to do this. So I started writing the daily like DD over there, and then people kept asking me to start streaming. And so I like bought a webcam and a mic and started doing it. I know you do, Thank you so much, man. I didn't start the Dan cult. That was formed naturally on its own. I know AMD is just a fucking beast right now. It doesn't give a shit. I've seen it. I mean, since we've been watching it, it's smashed through like 300K cell walls. How does IV affect in the money and out of the money calls differently? It increases faster on out of the money calls. As volatility increases, right? So does the range in which a stock can trade. So like you have standard like volatility and then it starts to increase, right? And so these options on the fringes are affected more by volatility than the ones here at the money, right? So I hope that's like an easy way to understand that. Because they have their chance of becoming in the money goes up. I thought this was a spite channel. Well, that too. I did get banned from Matt Core's chat. I told him I super chatted him. Which is to date my only YouTube super chat. Well, there were two. I told him about the crash in March. And then I think it was like early April. I super chatted him and told him that he was being disingenuous with his audience by telling them that a share offering from AMC was a bullish signal. And then he banned me. And I will destroy him. Anyway. Do I have 2 turntables and a microphone? Not yet. Anyway. Do you wake up in cold sweats at night with cores on your mind? No. Now that I've seen him cry, I know his weakness. His shill money. He addressed it incorrectly. Then like banned me after the fact so his audience wouldn't realize he banned me. Ivy ramps up. Is it more profitable to buy in the money calls or out of the money calls if you expect the price to go up? Technically out of the money, but my Baba calls are, I mean, I have several out of the money, right? I have them at 205, 210, and 220, and some at 200. So the 200s I'll expect to go into the money, and then I'll play the out of the money ones if like Baba hasn't taken off and started to climb back up. I'll sell the out of the money ones before earnings for the IV. Now we know who the real shill is. Matt Kors drinks WeBull mayo. Dirt off the shoulder? Never. David Herrera, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate it. Are my 105 AMD calls gonna print? It looks like it. I mean, you're profitable on them already, right, Gorillionaire? I'll take a look for you, but I mean, I think AMD is going to cross 105. Maybe on the next test. Shit, maybe I want to buy some more. Do I? God, I'm so greedy. But it looks so sexy. Sexy bullish stock. Hmm. Mm. Now would be a nice. No, I've already made enough money there. I'm not gonna get greedy. But yeah, it looks like it's gonna test 105 again soon. Let it consolidate a little bit. Should I buy a put on GME at 150? No. Damn, put their pickle in my jar. Lunch whiskey? No, I'm not drinking on stream. I don't really drink very often. I just wanted to celebrate that day. It's probably my one day of drinking for the year. Didn't you say there could be a gamma ramp at 105? Yeah, there can be. That's why I kind of want to play it. Fuck it. How much do I have? Let's go deep. Fuck. 0.5 theta? Oof. All right, we're back in it. It's just profits, right? Why not? I like the way it looks. I will not be carrying this overnight. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, I know. It's 14,000 OI at 105. I'm up like 3,500 for the day, so it's not like it's gonna hurt me to play it a little longer. You lose 50 bucks in value every time theta ticks. Let me check the call chain for AMD. Let me see what's coming in right now. Theta Gang stole my son. Jesus Christ, it's just all calls. Fucking ramp is insane. $440 million in calls today. God, AMD's gonna gamma squeeze. 1.1 billion in call options this week on this stock. Maybe it is good that I'm back in on it. What the hell is this? Go away, stupid article. You don't lose $50 every day until the contract expires. It's like theta decays every second. It's a constant decay. .50 is the rate at which it decays. So it's like the slope. If you're thinking about it like on a graph. I'm gonna lose money here, I know it, but the potential upside is insane. $24K OI on the monthly. The options interest is absurd. GME stock went down after the company ran out of AMD products. RRP 987.28. At what point does that become like a number we should be concerned with? Like a trillion? Is that the cap? What's the cap on RRP? 1.1 trillion or a trillion? If you can't buy options on these plays, would you theoretically buy shares instead? I mean, theoretically, yeah. A share holds far more long-term value than an option on this play, right? I'm buying options because I can't really like day trade, especially not off this account. Because I haven't funded it that much, but yeah, you could buy shares instead. The amount of money you make is going to be 100 times less, though, right? So that's why I'm using options here. I'm fairly confident that it can cross 105 right now. B, there's a massive gamma ramp. C, I'm only using profits, so I'm just generating profits with a percentage like 25, not even 25, 1/6. Yeah, 1/6 of the profits I already made on AMD today. So generally on stocks that are more expensive, if you have a low amount of capital and you expect to move, then options are a better way to make money. It's just also a faster way to lose money. I said AMD every time. I was very conscientious of it, JC. Prick. And stop calling me a shill. I see you. I see you in the chat calling me a shill all the time. I'll have none of that. We're moving people off GME with these daily plays. I don't think anyone's selling their GME. Are you worried that I'm like shifting the narrative away from the stock that I own 97% of my portfolio is made up of, Cam? I'm just helping pass the time. Those are rookie numbers. I made a comment earlier that never showed up. Maybe I didn't see it. Oh, am I on top chat still? Did you curse or put a link in it? There. I don't make any money for my viewers. Whatever they want to do is up to them. But I mean, there does come a point where I can't sustain this. I can't sustain this without making money, right? It's not really less about GME. It's still all about GME. What is Chop Chat? Are you making plays on that ticker now? So there's two different chat. I don't actually know the difference between them. You can't say crap? I need to go over my banned words list. It's too chasey for me. It's super chasey. But I like the potential. Like, the risk to reward ratio is insane, so... Not your fault new people in here don't find you culty enough. I guess. I mean, Cam's been in here a long time. It's not new. I understand his concern. But today's, like, I mean, these next, like, 2 weeks are just, like, there's just crazy plays going on because there's earnings for, like, most of the S&P 500. And it's an excellent time for my trading style to make a lot of money. And unfortunately, as much as I love you guys and this YouTube, like, it doesn't pay my fucking bills. So how far out with AMD options are you going? I bought them for tomorrow. Are you going to sell your AMD 105C at 106? I'm going to, well, first I need it to pass 105. And then I'm going to follow the trend. This seems to be a trend with GME streamers due to the nothing happening for months apart. I mean, it's hard, right? Like, it's not like if you really stream GME and you don't fuck around with like the bullshit stocks like AMC and BlackBerry and BBBY or whatever's running that day, right? Then like your audience is definitely limited compared to like streamers that are streaming those, right? And so like you're not making, and especially for me, like I'm a trader. It's what I do, and so like if I don't do that, then I don't make money, right? And like for the most part, I have the money I need to live on, and I have my GameStop position, right? But like when the opportunity presents itself to make money, I'm not so foolish as to ignore it. And for a lot of people, GameStop is also just an introduction into this thing that they've really not understood their whole lives. It's one of the biggest benefits of GameStop to society. But GameStop is still and will always be the number one play. Did you say that you're a trader? Did I say that? Jesus Christ. Jimmy, sorry. I can't keep the tickers straight in my head today. What's your strategy for cashing out for living expenses? Do you pay yourself a salary or just cash out when you need things? I just cash out when I need things. You can trade through like an LLC, something, and pay yourself a salary, which I've thought about doing, but all right, fuck you guys. I sleep 4 hours a night for you assholes. I don't want to hear it. Oh, it's gonna do it. Oh, it's gonna do it. It's gonna do it big. GameStop's going up too. 2 p.m. rep. Thanks, Howard Walnuts. S Corp reduces your self-employment tax. Yeah, I've thought about that before. I don't like having to like file all the extra paperwork though. Review pickle praise the lady view up. Thank you, all the Dans. All who make money on AMD spend them on GME. Ideally. I feel like a lot of people, yeah. Oh, we're about to go in the we're in the money. Oh, we're in the money. Fucking so sweet. Push. Rip to the moon. Lisa Sue. Have your accountant do it. He tried. It sounded complicated. I don't want to be involved. You should draw a pickle horse and name mayonnaise. You think GME leaps are potentially worth it? 122 at 200C. There is and has only been one TA by gherkin it. It is GME. It's true. That's tough, Adam. How much are they? Shit, I don't want to take my eyes off this, but one sec. January 21st, 2022's $4,000. I mean, if you expect GME to move against you, then they're a better buy than the stock itself. But if you expect GME to go up, which I imagine you do, being that you're in this channel, holding the stock could be better. 4,600. How many shares can you get with that? What are we at? 167. So it's like 27 shares. So you're getting 2/3 more leverage. 66% more leverage. It's not bad. I'm sure GameStop will hit 200 long before January. Sorry for missing this earlier. How did you know AMD would rip today? Their earnings were phenomenal. I knew it would rip yesterday, too. I just forgot to buy in the morning. Otherwise, I'd have a lot more money. Like, their earnings were too good for the market to ignore. And I own AMD, so it's like a stock I followed for probably longer than any other stock. So it was at like near a yearly low before earnings. And so it was a very, like, IV was super low. It was super good opportunity for longs to get in. As you can see from the gamma ramp they've built up. It doesn't hurt my feelings, JC. I'm just calling you out on it. Can you check Spurt when you get a chance? Yeah, I'll check it. I'll check it right now. Where is it? Well, it's back above VWAP. This is a slower play. I don't expect this to move really fast. I'm just watching it. You know, I'm only in on it with profits from its run yesterday, so... Are you telling me that stocks should rip when earnings are good? When they're that good, yeah. Yeah. I mean, you can't compare GME's, bump in e-commerce sales to AM. Like, they're not the same. Like, GME's earnings were good for GME, right? The earnings from AMD definitely not in the, like this. One's 100 billion market cap, but higher now. 127 billion market cap. I mean, it's there's a big difference. I am in the money, barely. Guesstimate for AM. If it hits the ramp at 105, I think it could hit 110. Can you try to look at a specific Oh yeah, you can just double click the contract like that, and you can look at the contract chart. Yeah, I saw 987 billion RRP, but I don't know what the cap is for RRP. I know there's an upper limit. I just don't know what it is. What are you for? It says, yeah, I'm looking for a test, a possible rejection at 106, a test of 170.5, a breakthrough of 170.5. I mean, I'm in the money now, right? So theta becomes, the more in the money you get, the less relevant theta becomes. Tesla did, just not the day after, right? AP, Biden to allow eviction moratorium to expire Saturday. I already thought he appealed to Congress for them to vote on it. He can't continue it by executive order. It's like monetary policy, I think, right? So it has to be voted on by Congress. No other way to do it. I own the contract with Fidelity, but use WeBull for charting. Wait, hold on. What was the question, Moonwind? You look at a specific contract. Yeah. I think you can go into the options on WeBull and double click the contract. I'm not sure if there's any other way to do it though. ATP Pro or ATP, like Active Trader Pro. You could use that. 80 billion per participant is cap. Okay. So because the options at 105 are only marginally hedged, right? So as it exceeds this price, they become hedged more and more. I expect a touch of consolidation here. There's 11,000 contracts at 110, 15,000 contracts at 105. 106 has an okay number of contracts. Like this range here is kind of dead, but at 110 it could then take off to 115. After 115, that's about it. So 115 is definitely the upper bounds of like the expectation on it. There's still no proven link between net capital requirements and RRP though. So while RRP is interesting, I don't know how much it affects GameStop. It's kind of, it's not that it doesn't, it's just kind of convoluted. Seems like more GME FUD in the chat than normal today. Who's got FUD, Fluffy Osa? I haven't really seen any FUD. More fudge. It's the entire point. Everything is hidden behind some potential doubt. I mean, it just seems like it's the wrong scope of thing to be looking at for GameStop. God, my throat's getting dry. Someone on Reddit saying you've only got 5 shares of GameStop. How many altogether do you actually altogether now, Pi-Fi, so I can tell them they're an idiot? I mean, I'm not going to reveal my position. I have 46 on the screen right now with another 400 in options. That's enough. 5 shares. It's the worst thing is the volume isn't even that bad today. No, I didn't sell anything. Assuming your one-day AMD calls won't last the day. No, I'm not keeping them overnight. Unless we break like 110. There's no way I'm carrying them overnight. That's 5 real shares. No, I bought these a while ago. I voted on most of these. I mean, I've bought some since we started streaming. Like, when I've bought, like, Resistance and a joke and stuff. 51, technically, because I transferred those 5 to Fidelity. So you guys have at least seen ownership of 51 shares of GameStop. That's just on the screen. Like, it's not even... Ooh. Coming back down a bit. What's the next resistance? 104.80? That's before I bought in. Just let him say whatever he wants. He gives a shit. Yeah, I know. It'll turn back stronger now, too. Is AMD a manipulated stock, or do you just have PTSD now from GME? I mean, without a doubt, there's some manipulation. Yeah, absolutely, Cam. You know what would be huge if they actually went to court and won with some resulting jail time? So you have 51 shares and the rest in options. I only have five. I mean, I don't know what you're trying to get at. Put your hands up for Detroit. This is this is my visible, publicly visible GameStop position. Two PM rep. Sounds like you've been targeted for an attack on your credibility. Fuck if I care. That's fine. It's a hard time over this. Not even my partner knows how much I own. Why would I blast it all over the internet? Yeah. Just makes me reconsider my weekly newsletter. Oh well. Try to ascertain why people are attacking you. It's odd you only show a couple of them, but why won't you say you have around 100? I've said how many like XXX position I have before. Yeah, we heard about the Gary Gensler tweeted about GameStop. I'm still not bullish on it though, because he's tweeting about it like it's something that's happened, you know. And I don't like that sentiment that it's something that's over, because it's obviously fucking not. I'm not gonna let the shills get to me. I don't care. I don't own the float. Oh, awesome, CJ. Yeah, check it out. Remember, it's an older book. They'll discuss things in there like drawing your own charts, stuff like that. But the fundamentals of it are very important moving forward if trading is something that you're like really interested in pursuing. I will say this again though. Do please remember that I mean paper trade, see if you're any good at it long before actually moving any real money into the markets. I see it early morning. What's the name of the book? Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets by John J. Murphy. Hey, buddy, I just wanted to say sorry for a disagreement earlier. It's your stream. I'll keep my opinions to myself. Didn't benefit the stream. It's fine, dude. Don't worry about it. It didn't hurt anything. So now you're a shill target. Famous, can you pay your electric bill? What's a good place to paper trade at? So WeBull has paper trading. Thinkorswim has paper trading. I'm not sure if Fidelity does. I know FinViz and TradingView both have it. I don't need to learn to trade. I made the most important trade of all, buying GME. Yeah, and that's fine. The information in that book not worthless even if you own GME, right? As it can help you better understand what's going on with it. Just a note, I am not paid to sell John J. Murphy's book for him. I just think it's a good basic introduction to like the things that I talk about. Jingleheimer Schmidt. Fidelity does have paper trades. Oh, okay. I've never done it on Fidelity. Dip in your pickle in the big manipulator, the art of technical analysis. What's Warden up to these days? I have no idea. He just fucking deleted everything and disappeared. You should create an Amazon referral link. I don't even know where to begin doing that. The other day, say you only own 40 shares of GameStop, period. Now you're saying they're more off screen. Prove it then. Fuck you. How about that? DFE posted his positions as DD all the time. All he got was ridicule for months before people realized. Yeah, prove it. I don't need to prove shit. Or Detroit has 5 shares at 375. I mean, 5 shares at whatever price is fine. He's just being a troll. It's okay, Abia. Why the fuck would you stream GME if you didn't own it? I mean, to be fair, Matt Kors does. Intern to hero. I'm a dude. Whatever, man. Here, go fuck yourself. I did. He can go write downvoted comments on Reddit. Why is AMD still going up? Why not? This never would have happened if you put hashtag CX on the video. That dude 100% hates whale teeth. Probably. I don't own the stock. I just enjoy typing re every once in a while. That's fine, man. Dude, don't have 25K in equity. I'm gonna have to sell some cheap stocks just to avoid pattern day trader. Get off of margin, Chris Underwood. If you're getting PDT violations, that means you're on a margin account. Which also means they can lend out your GameStop shares. AMD to 106. We'll see. It's trying. It's a fight. Can Jimmy do an AMD now, please? That'd be nice. Can you day trade options? Yes. Is Jimmy on screen? It is. It's the top one, JC. Doing good. Maybe some mating calls. Yeah, people really are. Must have more viewers today or something. No, not even that many viewers. My God, AMC peeps were off by just one letter. Oh, thanks, Timothy. Remember the good old days when perms flowed and pickles had meaning. During MOASS, will you mostly watch the 1 minute time scale? Yeah. Depending on volatility or lack thereof, I might switch between like 1 and 5. I don't get it though. How would it make sense for Girk to be a shill in doing this? It doesn't. I don't know. How are you long on AMD? Is that appropriate to ask? What do you mean, Max? Like, why do I own AMD? I bought it a long time ago. Like, back. Most of my AMD position is from back when, like, the Ryzen processors first came out. Slightly before that. I said, you are? Are you long on the AMD? Yeah. It's a stock I own. Jesus. Yeah, new intraday low on GameStop. Is Latch doing well? Awesome. 2 p.m. dip. I stopped watching other streams for lack of integrity. I appreciate. Thanks, man. I mean, I'm not going anywhere. I don't care what people say about me, right? I played the song at Market Open, JC. Of course. It was glorious. Hey, Hector. Maybe Robinhood insiders are spending their gains shorting Jamie. Maybe. I mean, we're really not down that much on the day, right? We're only down 1%. It's just not a very spectacular day in any way. The volume's a little bit better. Gherkin has air quotes accidentally shilled AMC all day. Then he was a book shill, and now he's a self-confidence shill. Why would someone want to buy in the money calls for a stock? Is it so they can buy the stock later, or just for an IV play? You can buy in the money calls for a number of reasons, Nissan. You can buy them because, you don't want to take a large risk on them being out of the money. Did Trade Spotting ghost you? I think he got banned from Twitter, actually. So I don't know how to get in touch with him now. Also, I understand it if he does, right? Like, nobody wants to, like, promote another YouTuber on their channel, I guess. Because, like, that could draw away from their viewership. I don't have a problem with that. I get it. Groupies and shills? Are you even big time? I'm not. 3 negative days in a row. It's deflating. You can log into my Instagram to DM him. Don't like that. $200K shares just appeared to borrow again. Oh, classy. Congress pushing House resolutions to stop payment for order flow. Buy more at 150 then? Guess so. Yep. I don't think it's going to go down to 150. What are the most important indicators to look for when doing TA? Moving averages are good. I generally start on the longer term and then move in. So, like, the further out that it looks good on a time scale, the better. At what point does that become a problem for us? The random 200K shares available to borrow. I'd just like to know when they're being covered. I mean, I guess this could have been them being covered, that like this movement here. I don't know if there was enough volume in here to cover it, but it's possible. That's not even like that big of a share borrow though, right? Like, it's not necessarily institutional. Mac, do you fake a little green period for a few trading days, then 7 days later? Yeah, I remember when we had the false signal. I wrote about it in my DDs back then. And yeah, we did get a, like, kind of one of these on MACD again. That's not too uncommon on MACD though. I don't think it's an indicator of anything else, right? I'm interested in your opinion on the time frame for our next run to 350. I expected it to start sooner. Like, it hasn't started when I expected it to, obviously. Yeah, they could be increasing their short position. Can you look at dominoes? Not right now. Kind of at an important intersection here. Any theory for the attack yesterday? Positive news. It's really simple. If we have positive news, dump everything that they just dump everything they can into shorting it, right? To pull like sentiment away from the stock, right? They don't want FOMO. They don't want us to like run it open, right? Like they need to stop all the psychological triggers that could cause GameStop to run. I've heard some good things about DeGiro on here. Or DeGiro, or whatever it's called. I don't know anything about it personally. I'm up $3 on AMD calls. Thanks for helping me and my family out of poverty. I didn't do anything, man. If you're invested in a stock, that's on you. Mr. Detroit City shill loser guy digs. mm. We're not even in power hour yet. Why are we breathing when stocks are going down? Any theories for why hedge funds are even bothering to string this out? Why not? You expect them to just give up and go, oh, here's all our money? It's ridiculous. They're not buying in for the same reasons that you're not selling. They keep shorting for the same reasons you keep buying. It's inverse, but they don't buy AMD calls for next week. I don't know. As a coffee guy, can you recommend good grinder? I broke my variable size Mr. Coffee one and I'm very sad. Oh, what kind of money are you looking to spend, Cutter? Because I can recommend some good grinders, but they're definitely not cheap. And are you making espresso or are you making like pour over? What's your deal? Tell me all about it, man. How do you think clearinghouses will react when MOASS starts? Jesus. They won't be happy. Mr. Diggs, are you just gonna run through chat saying shilly things all day? You're better than that. What's your take on the tweet from Gensler? I kind of talked about this already. I don't like the narrative he's pitching that GameStop's like a thing that happened and not a thing that's continuing to happen. I have a monolith. That's a nice grinder. My espresso machine cost me $1,000, and that's the cheap side. Fucking ridiculous. Yeah, Bartaza Encore is good for coffee. So's the just like regular coffee. The what's it called? Oh, damn it! Now I can't think of it. It's like black and it's got like a big knob on the front. Espresso primarily, but I have the equipment for most styles. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, so what were you saying? Espresso primarily anywhere from 500 to 200, but okay, so there aren't, unless you get on like Craigslist, there aren't any espresso grinders that cost less than like $300. You can get a Bartaza Sete, I think, for like 400. Okay, I'm not liking this. We'll see. Let's see if it bounces. I'll raise this up though. And espresso machines don't make espresso, so 6 press release in the tweet. I think there's more to unpack here after reading it. I mean, Gary Gensler not sending us cryptic tweets, dear Lord. Yeah, the fellow ode. Thank you. The fellow ode's solid. I think there's a way to modify it to grind espresso also. Barazza Virtuoso. I own a hipster cafe. What's your take on pellet grills? I've never owned one. I don't know. Options data on AMD. I already looked it up. It's just like $1.2 billion in calls this week, secure. There's like almost no puts at all. Gaja? I don't think Gaja makes a grinder. I mean, they used to, but I don't know if they do anymore. And it was just like somebody else's grinder that they badged. Jesus. I know it literally wasn't built for it, but I think it has a stepless uh like thing that you can buy through Ode. for it to grind espresso. I don't know how well it does it. But I wasn't talking about the ode for espresso. I was just saying it was a good one for coffee. I really hope GME gives guidance at the next earnings. That'd be cool. I don't know if they can. Okay, that I didn't like. If it breaks that, I'm getting out of these. SPY falling like a stone. No, it's not. A little dip. It's like 60 cents down from its intraday high. Well, looks like we're going to bounce. I wouldn't recommend a stepped espresso grinder ever. Like, you want stepless. So you don't want any, like, you don't want it to have like 1, 2, 3 settings. You want it to just be like a smooth transition of adjustment. Is it possible we have a completely fraudulent system? It is. It also looks like Jimmy's going to bounce on 165. Nope. Jesus. They're really pushing down on it today. Where the fuck are they getting all these shares from? Alright, I'm getting out of this. It might bounce, it might not, but that was my limit. It probably will. But I'll take my 50 bucks and walk away. Anyone else buy near the peak today? Alright. Back to GameStop. Did they borrow those 200,000 shares? No. You think they triggered stop losses at 165? No, it doesn't look like it. Generally, when stop losses get triggered, you get accelerated volume, right? So you have like a big volume spike and then a bigger and bigger and bigger. And see what they do is they slam the short, but then like it peters off instead of picking up momentum. So like stop loss hunting, they want it to pick up downward momentum, which fails because we don't sell, right? There's a reason they're pushing it down so much. We'll just have to wait and find out why. Yeah, nobody should have stop losses on GameStop. That's silly. Should know, but after March, I don't think very many anybody who went through March doesn't. Ability to change size of grind. Was hoping the tolerance in the more expensive machine would be good enough to still have that option. Yeah, I would go with like a Rancia, a Rocky Rancia is a really good one. Or Rancio Rocky. Rancilio. There's Bartazate. I think the 270 WI or something like that. And then what's another really good, like, cheaper espresso grinder? Some of the Eureka Minion line are good. They have some new ones. Lullet. Slightly over 70%. Yeah. It appears that way. It just means that they're having to increase short pressure to move the price down. They used to be able to move it down on like 58, 60%. How will we know why? Because the price will go up. They're scared of ramps. I mean, but the ramps just keep getting built behind it, right? Keeping it off the S&P 500. No, I mean, the illiquidity is a problem. I don't think GameStop's at a point where it's going to join the S&P 500. Not in its current state. Not without like a split or something like that. Think their margin call is lower than 350? Maybe. $37 down on my first paper trade for options. Not great, not terrible. I mean, it looks like it bounced. I thought it would, but I wasn't going to hold it past my stop, so. Profit's a profit. What do you mean there's a reason they're pushing it down and we'll have to wait to find out why? Well, yeah, they're pushing it down because they're deep in their short position, but we'll have to find out for what particular event they are pushing it down. Like, we'll have to find out how much they have to buy in, which is the reason they are pushing down so hard, right? Based on the money they're spending compared to other months, I would say that they need to buy in quite a lot this time around. Yeah, it doesn't help them avoid the gamma ramp. Because every psychological bracket they push it past, the longs just buy behind it. And since they can't accelerate the downward push, like they can't get a sharp spike down, they're not really increasing IV. IV is just staying like kind of flat. And so like the options are remaining cheap. If they could spike IV, then they would have a chance to like stop the longs from moving in behind them. because like it would price the options up higher, but they haven't been successful in that. You were saying plus minus 10% from 180, meaning low end would be 162. Let's see if that's all they got. Yeah, I mean this is within the range of the shares people own. Also, buy pressure would significantly so if we assume that most of the shares are owned within 10% of 180, right? Then we would also assume that buy pressure is at the highest at 162 from retail.
What did you use yesterday in here? He had it out in the living room.
Could that be part of what we see now? I'm not sure what date we're joining the S&P 400 officially, or as the S&P 400 rebalancing should. So it'll be end of quarter then. It would have to be balanced by the end of the quarter. So unique. Pay attention to Craigslist. You can get a pro grinder used like a Mazda Super Jolly. Yeah, that's what I have. I got a Super Jolly for like down to like $200. It's great. Well, I know it's lower. That's how it works. Calls. So if they drive it below 165, calls will start to pick up here. It's already down at 170. They've already started buying calls at 170, right? Yeah, it's just another Thursday. August 4th is the inclusion date. Okay. Interesting. Watching your stream makes me super jelly. Thanks, man. My green screen's flipping out. I think it's because it's like really cloudy. Oh, yeah, I see. It's better. It's a portal behind him. Shh. James, don't tell people. Why does it matter if people buy calls near the money? If no one is buying, how will the gamma ramps start? The shorts have to buy, Jeff G. Why is it that the longs know what you don't, which is that the shorts have to buy? The buyer is built into a short position. AMD looks like it's coming back down. Shorts have had to buy for 6 months, still waiting. Yeah. Keep waiting, Jeff. When they buy, and they will, you can either own the stock or not, right? How does price action today set us up for tomorrow? I mean, it's not super great, but we're still, you guys know we're still only down 2.6%, right? It's not like we're down 10% or like we're dipping and triggering SSR, right? This is just, we're just down 2% on the day. I didn't give you a tip, Timosaurus Rex. I simply post the stocks I'm looking at. What you guys do with that information, that's up to you. This is not financial advice, and I am not your financial advisor. If a put I sold is in the money, it is guaranteed my counterparty will exercise. It's not guaranteed, but usually. You understand, Girk, it's the end of the world. I'm about to get out of this fucking spirit call if it doesn't do something interesting. Where's that gonna bounce? Oh. Dan McLong Johnson. Can everyone quit crying about low price movement? We wait till they buy back. Simple as that. Theta Gang was here. When will Jimmy hit 130? Probably never. Every day is a good day for MOASS. I just keep telling myself the longer I wait, the sweeter it will be. Yep. No, bro, we're down 2.6 after 7, after 5, after 4. Yeah. And you know what happens with descending formations, descending channels? They break to the upside. I mean, I'm going to hold the spurt call no matter what. Probably. I know they have some news of like a merger or something coming up. James Ellers is just a pickle like the rest of you guys. He's been in here forever. It's just that, like, the other day, someone realized who he was. Which I'm sure has made his life on Reddit much more interesting. Yeah, you can, Ryan. Cornub's not Ken Griffin. So I assume this is what you're referring to. At least make me flat. All right, James. Has there been like a lot of in the money put spot like yesterday that are worth a lot less now, if I'm not mistaken? Or they'd be worth more if the price is down. There's been a lot of out of the money calls purchased. Let's take a look at the options for today on GameStop. I don't think I've looked in a couple hours, so. So lots of August 20th 300 calls came in. And then it looks like for the last hour. Looks like a bunch of September 17th 165 puts. Some July 30th 165 puts and August 20th 165 puts. This hour. So they're using puts to suppress the price. We already know this though. James Ellers always join the chat. They'd do anything to stop an ape from being president? Probably. Not even a billionaire, James. How about one share of Jimmy that James Eller's throwaway account is Eames Jeller? Yeah, no problem, man. How much does it cost them to purchase the puts? Whatever the price of the contract is. I just said how much they spent this hour on them, right? Didn't I? So this hour, for the one, god damn it, hold on. 75,000 on 165s for September, 50,000 on July 30th 165s, and 50,000 on August 20th 165s. But the 165s, the $100,000 in 165s are already now out of the money, as opposed to where they purchased them at the beginning of the hour, where they were moving into the money. That's total, not per contract. That's how much they spent on the block that they bought of contracts. So the total order amount with stock just means like 100K shares traded a month, right? Still likely the board would vote this stock in. Yeah, I don't think we'd get voted into the S&P, just due to all the shit that's happened with GameStop this year. That would be like highly suspicious. Given when they like turned Tesla down from inclusion and basically had no reason to do that, like to include GameStop after that decision would just be odd. Very, very odd. I don't know why they would do that. I mean, that would infer that for some reason the powers that be want GameStop in the S&P 500, and in which case, why? Just update his Twitter handle. He is a real one. I bought 170 expiring tomorrow to add to my cheapie at 187.50 tomorrow, creating my own gamma ramp. Nice. We're coming back up though. I'm gonna hit the restroom real quick, guys. I'll be right back. For those of you listening in, 165.47, turning around, nice bullish reversal with a little bit of volume coming in. Not a lot, but a little bit. Yeah, I'm back. Looks like we're still doing good. What do you think the spike was earlier? Longs testing resistance? I think they bought back the 200,000 shares they borrowed. I think J Powell would turn off the printers before or after the collapse. Well, J Powell never turns the printer off. If my broker didn't offer sell to exercise, would it make sense to attempt to use shares on the way up to cover that exercise cost, or wait for a price that could potentially only use one or two? I mean, yeah, I would wait for a price where I would only have to use minimal shares to exercise. You just have to consider the net, right? So if you'd be selling like 10 to get like 90, that's not that bad, right? And it's interesting too, because like when you exercise on the way up, it puts more pressure to find shares on the people buying, right? I can't get Discord audio working. Any tips? Make sure that you have the correct devices, Justin. Jimmy is going to the S&P 400. Sorry if you already talked about this. I don't think so. I'm still trying to ascertain whether the move is net positive. But I mean, it's just more like ETFs for them to short the stock from, right? I did buy puts instead of calls. That was fucking stupid. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes, right, guys? No one's infallible. It's a good lesson to learn. There are voice and video settings that you can adjust. Yeah, there's a settings menu on the bottom left. Thank you, Grace. Foundation. RRP was higher at the end of quarter two. Stares at college debt. It kind of is, David. I am awake. Is it harder to short ETFs that are made up of higher market cap companies? No. It's more expensive. Just as easy. Have you looked into pricing psychology? Yeah, some. It's interesting. I don't know. Honestly, I haven't even looked at the S&P 400 ETFs yet. I'm sure that BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street all have ETFs that track that, though. I want to see AMD rip to 115 because I'm greedy AF. Isn't it down, though? It's down. It's back down at like 103. I would buy in again if it crossed 104, but not until then. And I probably have to wait till tomorrow for more funds to settle in this account. There's the floor of the ascending triangle this week. It's at like 170-ish. We're a little bit below it. Maybe. Or just like right on it. Any books you can recommend on pricing psychology? Not off the top of my head, Balani. Say you called your broker to place the order and made that mistake, however unlikely. How would that be rectified? I'd still have lost the $80. There's no returns at a brokerage. Generally. Although I have heard some stories, but they might just be that. Do you think it would be possible to program a... Oh, it's gone. Max pain for the week is 180. 175 seemed like a good bet. Maybe. Are there any day traders you like on YouTube? None that I've run across. They all have like systems they're selling or books or like some bullshit they're trying to pitch to you. The stock guy on Twitch is a shill. I think I know who you're talking about, but I have no idea. I think he's like been very against GameStop since like the very beginning. Oh, if they made the mistake, they would refund you the difference. There's also like an order confirmation step when you call in where they like go back over the order with you before they process it. Which obviously you don't have if you're doing it yourself. I was also trying to buy into like several different options at the same time. So it was my own fault for just not paying attention to what was... Generally, I don't have it switched over, so it's like the default is calls. Pull for power hour? Yeah, sure. Never understood selling systems. If a system is known and popular, wouldn't that invalidate its usefulness? Thanks, that's what I've been thinking. They all sell something. Yeah, I feel like it's really common. I know when I like watched him VC, which was like back in January, like right after the run up, he wasn't in on GameStop and wasn't like interested in being in on GameStop. So I don't know if he's a shill, he's just not interested in GameStop. I don't know if that makes him a shill. I think he just trades what he trades and he sticks to what he does. And most guys I know that trade are that way. His pull choices were lame. Second pull. Lame, but they're realistic. We only have an hour and volume's still low, so unless something crazy happens. Big Dilly style. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate the support, man. DM me over on the Discord and I'll get you set up after the stream. Could a day trader YouTuber develop a following to front run pump and dumps legally? Well, so yeah, but they'd have to be on like very low, like super low cap, like small float, right? Super small cap, micro, I think micro cap. They'd have to do it on micro cap companies. And it would be really unreliable. They'd have to have a massive following, like bigger than Matt Core's. But I suppose, yeah. Or like your stream today. Just give you thanks, Pablo. Well, he's not wrong that the potential could be there to do that. It'd just be very, very hard. I think warrior trading kind of does that. He's like a day trader guy who has like a school. And like in day trading communities, he's known to be like a total shill. But like he has like I don't know, like 500 like students in his program at any time. Ross Cameron, is that his name? Yeah. And he's always like playing these like super fucking off-brand micro cap stocks. And and he has a delay on his stream, so I highly suspect that he's like front running his viewership. Except you guys, I mean, yeah, I guess. Except I don't really do it that way, right? I also don't play stocks small enough to move on an audience of this size. I paid for his school. Oh God, no. Did you learn anything? Dan from State Farm? Yes, a lot. Was the thing that you learned to not pay for day trading school? Oh no, I agree, KO. I know you're not accusing me. Thoughts on Cosmic Lightning Warrior? No comment. Yes. I'm sorry you learned that lesson the hard way, man. Fortunately for me, when I first started day trading, I had someone to tell me to never pay for day trading material, like technical analysis classes or anything like that. Someone else on his team does the blue chips. Yeah, I feel like so what he's doing, what he does is he plays like micro caps in the morning. And this is super sus, right? Like he plays micro caps in pre-market when liquidity's low. And he has like people following his trade, right? So this is like the perfect setup if you're trying to front run your viewership. Only pay for memberships to the Billionaire Country Club. I mean, but that's just like a community, right? For people to like learn and explore trading. But it's I'm not like in there like selling you guys shit. Or like Bruce with his like personal one-on-one sessions. I make money on stocks. I don't need money from you guys for learning. It's ridiculous. I don't need money left to buy or sell. What's the best way to learn day trading? Reading everything you can get your hands on, read that's free, right? Be suspicious of anything you have to pay to learn. And then practice. Tons and tons and tons of practice. Because even with all of that, you can still do shit like buy puts instead of calls. This volume is shit. It's better than most of the week. It's not as good as yesterday, but I was watching someone on TikTok. I mean, that should have been signal number one. Archam. Good. Be suspicious of everything. Don't get built. Absolutely, Curtis. Thank you. Yeah, a scanner is basically what it sounds like. You feed it parameters and it finds stocks that fit. There are so the manual scanners basically work that. There are like program scanners that have a little more flexibility. Some of them are quite good, and also very expensive. I haven't really watched any other YouTubers. I know about like the people that are in on GameStop, but if they came in after I started streaming, I can guarantee I've never watched anything that they do. Do people not use TD Ameritrade Scanner and FinViz? They do. They're solid. I use FinViz. $200K shares just magic. Yeah, I know. I heard about it already. Magic stock. I think they covered it earlier today. Like they bought it back in today's earlier run up to like 173. Win VWAP merch. I don't know. I get enough shit and called to shill enough without selling merch on top of it, right? Is AMD bouncing back? No. Still falling. It might bounce off VWAP. I do remember those days, El Brucas. What's the difference in scanners? The data. So it could be the data set they pull from. Um, it can be the flexibility in their tracking. There's like algorithmic scanners that can be much, much more effective and like live scanners. So like FinViz is like a static scanner. Like you plug in information, it finds you the stocks that fit those parameters at that time, right? But like there's live scanners that'll alert you of when stocks move into your parameters. And those are much more useful for like day trading, right? Activision has hired a union busting firm. Well, it's not reflected in their stock price yet. Sounds like a rumor. Don't give a F and do you? Yeah. But in a way I do, which is a problem. I probably shouldn't, but I do. Keep rolling the ramps forward or push hard one of these Fridays. Just keep moving the ramps. They're super cheap to set up. It's expensive to deploy capital into shares. It's very cheap to just set up a ramp and keep rolling it. Just use a scanner to find appropriate stocks for your system. Yeah. And that's another part of the paper trading is developing that system, right? Is like, and that's why no one can really teach you to day trade, like not that way, right? Because like they can only teach you their system that works for them, and that doesn't, like, that's not going to work for everybody, right? Like you'll never be as successful with their system as they would be, even if their system was legitimate, which if they're selling it to you, it's probably not. Biden wants to provide $100 to every newly vaccinated American. Interesting. I haven't heard about that. Pfizer ripping. Ross Cameron has really good scanners. What live scanner would you recommend? I'm actually in the market for one right now. I need to find one. But I haven't been day trading a lot, so I've just been mostly doing like short to near term swings, which is like what all of these are, like Spirit and Baba and AMD, Activision. Those are all like swing plays, right? And I'm trying to kind of get used to that because as I stream, it's really hard to day trade while streaming. Also, the order execution would just be abysmal because tons of my bandwidth is getting eaten up by uploading a constant feed, right? Yeah, the search for the good but unpopular scanner continues. It can be hell. It took me months to find the one that I used before, and they did like a massive advertising campaign and lowered their monthly fee, and all of a sudden like 4,000 people were using it, and it was just worthless. I suppose I could pay someone to build me one, but yeah, I know Thinkorswim has a live scanner, but every single Thinkorswim user uses it. You think it's hard to day trade while streaming? Try day trading while building a 500-foot cattle fence. I don't have these problems. And no one is now listening. Pay, write code, cloud scanner app. Call it the pickle scanner. What are your thoughts on cheat code algo? I don't know. I don't really play FPSs because of cheating, so it's not really something that concerns me. Skimmed through May 26th stream last night to get some excitement after yesterday's price action. Probably gonna do it again tonight. I've noticed that the viewership on that stream has been picking up. YouTube alerted me. You guys are all going back and rewatching the run-ups. Is this gonna go on after MOASS? Like everyone's just gonna go back and constantly, like it's gonna be the most viewed video on YouTube. I'm gonna catch up to like Gangnam Style. Problem is a lack of live APIs. Have you ever played Crusader Kings? I think so. Briefly. It was like complicated, and I was like, I don't want to spend a lot of time learning this, so I stopped. Of course, what else would I do with my life? Learned day trading on Fiverr, just filed bankruptcy. I'm sorry, that's not funny. I'm sorry to hear that. You shouldn't honestly record MOASS for yourself. That will become the most. You shouldn't honestly record MOASS for yourself. That'll become the most viewed YouTube video. Kids go back and watch all these video streams when they get a little older. A lot older. Have you ever played Raid Shadow Legends? No. If you want your inheritance, you have to listen to this pickle guy for 6 months straight. Jesus, 7 hours a day. Make them live through what you live. Be like, this is what daddy had to do to become a billionaire. Will Kenny G ever show his face post MOASS? He probably doesn't give a shit. Yeah. I've been watching the Dow for my SQQQ calls. No wonder I was so confused yesterday. This is who you're paying. Is it possible that the months pass they may try to slowly cover? No, because to do that would create a consistent upward pressure on the stock price. Like what happened with Tesla. And the short position, illiquidity, and size of the float all prevent that from happening. So it would just be the inverse of like the at the money offering, where we had that like downward trend on VWAP. If they were covering, we would just have that trend but upwards, right? And we don't. Like, yeah, the price of the stock would just constantly be rising. Dad had to put up cow fencing and milk the bulls. Where's our test of 180? Well, we kind of went the other way and tested 165 instead. Clip it? If there's somebody to clip it. Can you clip it? Are you sending those to DanCan? Stop, I can only be so excited. I kind of don't believe that when MOASS happens, you'll disappear completely. You might go for a bit, but it's not going to take you 2 weeks to exit positions. You'll want to be with your... I don't know about that. I can find a lot of shit to do rather than sit in front of my computer all day with millions and millions of dollars. Can you explain why you played League and how it had everything to do with Dota being too hard? Actually, no, I was never really introduced to Dota. So, like, my little brother played League, and he was like, oh, like, do you want to, like, try this game? And I was like, all right. And then I played it a bunch for a really long time. When we used to, like, live together, like, we just had our PCs next to each other, and we would just, like, play games. Be a TFT streamer. Is that a thing? Who the fuck would ever want to watch that? It's like the least exciting game ever. Should doc your shared too? Oh yeah, okay. My highest in League, I think I got to like gold 3. TFT, I'm diamond. Diamond 1. It's like too lazy to push through. Who did you main in LOL? I didn't really main anybody. I just jumped all over the place. I played a lot of Jinx. Like, I played ADC. So. And then I switched to mid. And then I sucked, so all my friends made me play top lane. And then I got a little bit better, and then I quit. Just stream swimming in your money like Scrooge McDuck. Stream charts in VR. How's the secret TA? It's not technical analysis. Can you explain what these shirts could have been? Slowly buying and replacing single-digit shorts with higher shorts. Progressive rolling of options style. The cost and the effect on the price would still be the same. So you're saying like cover one and then short the cover? Like they would still be short hundreds of millions of shares, right? Like nothing changes if they did that. Also, they would spend more money than they have in the attempt. Any comment on the photo of you and Ben Affleck that surfaced recently? Deep fake. Hot tub stream, but it's full of money. What YouTube Google info gets shared when one joins Billionaires? None. Howard Walnuts. That's all kept on your Discord account. That's not like, it's not even, it's not shared server side at all. It simply checks, it just automates checking your account for an active membership, and that's it. Credit Suisse reports on Archegos has been published. Interesting. Now we find out that the 5.4 million puts or 540 million puts were actually Archegos's, and Credit Suisse had to absorb them. I don't know. Fun speculation. Not really possible. I guess they would have had to have done it when Archegos went under or got margin called. Is your beef with Affleck related to him stealing J-Lo off of you? Absolutely not. Yeah, I did. I went over the options earlier. They're still shorting with the options chain. And longs are still buying gamma ramps, so it's just a matter of time. We're gonna hit 2 million volume today? Most likely. Yeah. I thought JLo stole Ben from Kirk. Mr. Diggs, have you ever seen her act? Like the movie Made in Manhattan? Have you shush? Credit Suisse investigated themselves and found no illegal activity. That sounds about accurate. Leafs Cup. Who's J-Lo? Jennifer Lopez. Can you tell her to rap is free? I'm looking at options. Honestly, I have no idea what I'm looking for. God, my throat is so dry, and I've run out of water now. It's really hard to talk for 7 hours straight. No one ever told me this about streaming. So if you're looking for a gamma ramp forming, you're looking for open interest at out of the money strikes ahead of where the stock is trading. She's J-Pow's daughter. Shit, maybe. Who knows? Then don't. That's fair, T. Walker. Don't watch then. Stop enabling me. Howard Walnuts, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate the membership, man. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added over to the Dillionaires Country Club. Make a soundboard for all the stuff you have to say over and over again. Pi-Fi for chair of the SEC. Why would I want to be chairman of an organization that has no power? But I enjoy watching you amuse me. Got it, dude. Happy to support. Thank you so much, man. Are we buying you another perm? Absolutely not. Frosted tips. Jesus. How about this chart, guys? How big of a donation to explain view up? What do I need to explain about it? These pickles are terrible at manipulating the market. But they're so cool. Trash, there will be no donations for frosted tips. I don't want your money. What do you think is their current margin call threshold? They dropped it pretty hard at 175. It's actually impossible to say. We just know, like, who the fuck knows what other, like, little shorts are piling in on GameStop, right? But we know that the big boys, like Citadel, 0.72, right? Susquehanna. We know that they're... All we know of their limit is that it's above 483. Could it have come down over time? Possibly. Is that necessarily true? No. If they've managed to maintain the same amount of capital over the course of this year with minimal losses, then we can assume that their floor is the same, right? Their margin call threshold. Now we know Melvin's is lower, right? Because they've sustained 50% losses or something this year. Which is interesting, because if Melvin's still holding a large short position, hitting their margin call could be the catalyst. that drives the price up into the realm of margin calling Citadel and point 72. What if we donate to a charity of your choice for frosted tips? I don't believe in charities. Why would you give money to a tax haven for rich people? So they can pay their executives more or get extra bonuses this year? I hate charities. Charities are just a way for people to turn money into good feelings. And that's silly. You'd affect more change by taking that money and doing something yourself. I thought Melvin transferred the risk to Citadel. How? Who told you this? Where are you getting this information from? So more accessible for the poor's, but not kick off MOASS, but more people piling in might. Yeah. Don't forget that a 7-for-1 stock split affects shorts as well, right? So then they have 7 short positions for every one that they had before. It doesn't change the short position. What if we donate to gorillas? I don't care. That's a sad point of view. I disagree with you. That's fair. To each their own. Isn't money a way to turn money into good feelings? The charity for kids that can't read good is different, though. That's the weekly video DD. After my son was born with a heart disease, my family started a 501c3. That's fair. I still don't believe in them. The vast majority of them are just corporate tax shelters. Sure, there's some good ones, but I don't have the time to analyze every individual charity and justify that they're using the money in a way that me donating it would imply, right? Like, yeah. Probably not going to change my mind on that one. For every like 100 corrupt charities, there's probably one good one. And I just don't. If you want to analyze the charity, then you shouldn't be giving to charities in general. Probably. But that's why I don't. I'm not saying it's the totality of all charities. I do know that there are charities out there that do good in the world and take the money donated to them and use it for what it's supposed to be used for. I'm just saying the majority of them and the biggest ones do not. Archegos informed its brokers that 120 billion in gross exposure and just 9 to 10 billion in remaining equity. Yeah, I know. Like if there's a family whose child has heart disease, I would give that family money in a heartbeat. Would I give a charity that money to give to a family on my behalf? No. Right? Like, That's funny, Friday. 483 divided by 7 equals 69. Just saying. He did the math, guys. Is that Marge calling? Sure hope not. I would have to have margin first. Otherwise, she doesn't have my number. What is it that you do, Grace Foundation? Max paid for AMD is 91. Well, it's way past that. One of these 177.30s overnight, or take my slight gains and exit. That's a tough one. Well, consider this without me like telling you specifically what to do with your option. Consider how much money you put in, how much have you made off of it? Was the risk worth the current reward? Yeah, I do kind of think it'll take everyone by surprise. I think we'll be in an uptrend up until it. Just checking on the status of our gamma ramp. How are we looking on the options front for our ramp? Is it still in the 190s? No, the start is at 170 now. I told you they're building the ramp behind the declining price action. So when they dip to 175, right? They start buying 180s. When they dip to 170, they start buying 175s. When they dip to 165, they start buying 170s, right? And it leaves the shorts no flexibility to allow the price up at all. So it's forcing the shorts into a position where they have to create constant down pressure because a $5 bump will kick off the gamma ramp. It's every week, Minnesota. It's been every week for the last 3 weeks. It is a strategy commonly employed on trapped short positions. You can't simply look at the data in front of you without figuring out what is causing it, right? And then you have to think about the strategy behind the thing that is causing it. For every move in the market, there is a counter move. For everything that happens, someone is profiting. It does bleed them quicker. But even good news is shorted. What would cause the initial uptick in price? The short's buying back. You do have to understand that not all short positions are created equally, right? As soon as they started shorting heavily vis-a-vis the options chain, the longs started doing this, right? Because they exposed their hand. If they're dropping $1 billion a week in the money options, longs are going to notice that, right? Like bulls are going to notice what they're doing, and they're going to create a counter move, right? Hold on, Epic Pen's crashing again. So if they're buying $1 billion or 1.2 billion in puts, it's very obvious to the longs that they're attempting to drive the price down. Now, when they close these contracts that are hedged, so they're using the market maker to hedge the price down, right? But when these contracts are closed, the market maker has T+2 to unravel that position, right? Which means the market maker has to buy back in. And if they buy back in, the price goes up. And then the price goes up right into the trap that the longs have created. If the price gets too low, buying pressure from retail will pick up too. Yeah, there is a risk there as well. So how come it didn't go up the last time contracts expired? So it didn't go up Tuesday, I suspect, and I still have to go look at the data on this, but it didn't go up as much Tuesday. It went up Monday a bit, and I think they closed that would mean they closed contracts on Thursday, but it's possible they didn't have a lot of open contracts on Friday, right? So it's whatever day they close the contracts, T+2 from that date, the price goes up when the market makers move back out of that hedged position. It's almost, that's why it's called a squeeze. It's unlikely that the market maker is going to FTD on hedged shorts. They could, but it's unlikely. Jesus Christ, that would be a lot if that's the case. That would be a lot of FTDs. Can't the shorts just keep some? No, because they don't have any. They're out. They run out. They have to keep the price suppressed. So if they're constantly keeping the price suppressed, how can they save? So this is why it's a squeeze, right? Because we're gonna reach a moment like a singularity where that can no longer occur, and then that is MOASS, right? They can no longer suppress the price. The price will go up. there's collusion, but there's so many other market makers. I don't think so. Especially when you get into CBOE. There's like 8 other market makers, and they're not interested in FTDing. Like Citadel might be, but Citadel mostly handles retail trade. They don't handle institutional trade that much. When does a report come out that shows how much Citadel is leveraged in options? Are they going to tell the truth on it, right? Like, I don't think the Fed's auditing them for their, derivatives exposure. I think they're just reporting their derivatives exposure to the Fed. They can't always keep buying in the money options because every time the price goes up, it's a loss. They lose all those contracts. Options are more riskier or more risky than stock, right? Not only do they have theta decay, right? So if they buy options at like 155, like last week, they were buying them at like 155, and we went down to 151, and then we shot back up, right? They lost all these contracts in here, gone forever. Not like a short where like, you can hold the position longer and wait for the stock to go back down. These were just dead options. They could sell them on the run up, but they're net negative on all of them, right? It's not like buying and holding where like the price of your position doesn't matter much. All right, here are the end of day predictions. 61% at 165 or 60%. Is the backfill strategy by longs likely the reason for the dip on VW before it took off? Yeah. What was the stock you mentioned earlier about its earnings coming out tomorrow? Shit, I don't know. Activision? Eight three. I don't know who has earnings tomorrow. Nothing on my watch list. Adios, Sean. I don't know why the poll's at 97%. Kirk shorted the poll. My big question is, how is there enough shares to go around to work all these traps if they're allegedly can't print any more phantoms? I mean, these are options. These are all these traps. All the shorting and all the traps are through options done through market makers who have the ability to create synthetic shares to create liquidity in the stock or hedge their positions. Bye, Elena. That sounds unhappy, but I'm glad you're smiling about it. Ding, ding, ding. All right, closed 264.80, down 2.55% for the day, guys. $4. Thank you so much for tuning in. I will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And if you can, drop a like and subscribe on your way out. It's a huge help for the channel. I appreciate you all. Have a great night. 164.80. Sorry. Hey, don't go. It's running. It's not running. Later, guys.